government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You've tuned into the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day TV. Thank God it's Friday. Thank you for joining us this lovely morning. Good morning to our viewers all across Nigeria and even in diaspora. Thank you for joining the best breakfast show this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, with me in the studio today is the Rising. Drum roll. Should we roll the carpet?
Yes, you should. It's good to see you this Friday. I was telling Valentine that we actually missed you on Wednesday. It felt kind of, it wasn't balanced. Valentine wanted to fry me by Friday. Made us proud.
you made it. It's good that you fried him, definitely. But and then we miss him today as well.
Yeah.
Definitely miss him today. How was your work from home yesterday?
Yeah, it was really good. Yesterday was like the first time I really rested. Other work from homes, I'm always all over the place, but I really rested yesterday and I feel really good coming to work this morning. It's been a long time.
You feel good, you look good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah, so it was really good yesterday.
Awesome.
What about you? You're here.
We're here. Work. The work continues. Nothing changes.
Know, right?
Yep. But let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. The first headline this morning says Naira gains as X-Now reserves maintain steady rise. The Council of State approves nomination of Amu Pitan as INEC chairman. Senate gives Edun Bagudu 2 weeks to present 2024 budget performance report. Africa's growth hinges on regional collaboration, cross-border investment, says NESG chair. And those are some of the headlines we'll be looking at this morning. Obviously, a lot of things have been happening during the week. Today is Friday, so you expect that we'll have lots of stories to ponder on this morning. But I mean, let's start off by talking about Naira gaining as the external reserves maintain steady rise. Firstly, it's a good one for the Naira. I mean, it's been months of volatility, but just to see the Naira gaining right now, you know, especially in our external reserves, I think it's always good news when you see Naira gaining, especially because we're also entering the Ember month, which we know that things are going to be like on the high side because people are going to come with dollars to spend, so it makes the Naira feel a little weak. So if we're seeing this steady rise as at now, October, we hope that it doesn't drop in the next 1 month or 2 months, you know, so
when January comes, because you know I mentioned something that when it's towards September, October, the Naira is always like gaining. We always see the Naira, you know, strengthening.
I appreciate him,
but
yeah.
This is actually different. You know, I'm always like against your policy, but I must say, for the past 2 months, it's been very steady. This is different, and businesses and consumers are actually like, you know, feeling it now. Because my problem was, okay, this is strengthening. Why are we not now seeing, you know, the impact of our Naira strengthening? But now, the problem now is sustainability, like you said. I hope we're able to like sustain it, and come January, we'll not see that, okay, the Naira started weakening, and then it's going like, it's not going against the dollar again. So yeah, it's a good one for them.
Yeah, and hopefully it just maintains this steady rise that it's on. Next headline this morning says Council of State approves nomination of Amupitan as INEC chairman. Is that a story you've been following?
Yeah, well, I saw yesterday like everybody. It's actually a good one if you ask me, and I would say it's a good one because of his background. He's obviously like a senior advocate of Nigeria. I was going through his portfolio, and it's really a good one. And I'm going to judge him by his portfolio now because we've not seen what he can do.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So with the portfolio that we saw, I'm hoping that he gains the trust of the voters, because that's all that matters. Because we've lost trust when it comes to the electoral system. So hopefully Amupitan actually comes and he gains our trust. So, yeah.
And you think compared to our past, our past chairman, yes. Why are you laughing?
I don't want to say things I'm not supposed to say, but first of all, 2015 to 2025, that's a lot. That's a lot, and I must say I didn't really see what Bagudu did when it comes to the electoral system.
Oh, really? You didn't?
I didn't see what he did. And the last election, coming out with new ways, it felt like, what's the word? It felt like, oh, there is hope in the electoral system. With the new ways he came up
with the IREV and all of
exactly.
that.
It felt like, okay, this is going to like, you know, make sense. Maybe there's still like, oh, we saw what we saw. We saw all the propaganda, everything that came with the last election. So for me, Bagudu didn't do it for me. That's why I'm very hopeful. I'm hopeful that Amupitan would actually like, you know, give us the change that we want. Although people are saying Tinubu has successfully done what he wants to do.
Exactly. That's also another angle.
That he has successfully done what he wants to do, and he's very sure of 2027. Like I said, let's just hope and see that it's different. With his portfolio, I'm sure he's going to deliver.
We'll just have to keep our fingers crossed and see how it all pans out, especially because one thing is for sure, though, change is constant. So we were not expecting, you know, Bagudu, you know, to hold the seat for the longest time. But with Amupitan, we hope that we'll see really, really positive changes in the electoral system, and then just take Nigeria from where we are to the next level, hopefully. This morning again, Senate gives Edun and Bagudu 2 weeks to present 2024 budget performance report. As we know, Mr. Wale Edun, who's the Minister of Finance and the Economy, Coordinating Economy, they're to present their 2024 budget performance report. I'm sure that's something that people are looking forward to, because we want to see how they've been able to make use of the funds that they got in with the budget that was they allocated. So that's something that people are definitely looking forward to see, and it's good to see. There has to be some sort of order. So Senate, waiting for the next 2 weeks to see what happens. So by end of October, obviously.
Yeah, we get to see, because they really need to like help us translate the budget and see this it's actually like in the jobs, inflation. They really need to like sit and explain to us. I was saying something. Most people at the seat of power, they really don't understand that their duty is to us, me and you. I feel like when they actually change their mindset and know that, oh, our duty is actually to you people, all this is going to be normal. You having to like come and give a breakdown of the budget of money that was spent. So yeah, in the next 2 weeks, we hope to see that, you know, everything that they stated is how it is, and help we laymen understand, you know, the numbers and what's not, to see that, okay, everything that you're coming out to say is actually what it is.
Absolutely. So, yeah. Absolutely. And still on headlines this morning, Africa's growth hinges on regional collaboration, cross-border investment, and this is from the NESG chair. Obviously, we know that the past 2 days, earlier this week, has been for the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, and they've been holding their meeting in Abuja, which had all the who is who in the business space, you know, leaders, government officials and whatnot. And when we hear comments like this, seeing it from the NESG chair, we all know that Africa's growth actually really hinges on regional collaboration and cross-border investment. And that's why when they're talking about border closures, you know, porous borders as well, it brings sort of a problem, because we understand how important it is to actually invest across borders, you know, especially in the African on the African continent, you know, Nigeria, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, and all of that. So that's a very, very cogent remark there from the NSG chair, saying that, you know what, Africa's growth actually hinges on our regional collaboration, because there's a lot on this continent. If you talk about resources, if you talk about the human capital, I think that's even one of our biggest exports. So we can't keep, you know, trying to cross the continent to, it's good to cross the continent, but we can't keep trying to cross the continent to invest, you know, when we can actually get and I think that's also one of the good things that the Africa AFCTA is also doing. So that's a good
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. The more we collaborate, I think the more we don't have to even discuss the whole US and China thingy, because we have a lot to actually give. So I totally agree with the chairman with that statement. I totally agree.
All right, that does it on the headlines this morning. We'll take a quick break and be back for the newspaper review in a bit. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day, and we are ready to see what we have on the front pages of the paper this morning. And of course, joining us this morning online virtually is Anthony Uduba, is our entertainment editor here at Business Day. He'll be joining us to tell us what the story, tell us more on the big story on the front page of the Business Day paper, which is also from the entertainment desk. And we also have joining us still virtually our editorial director here at bdtv. His name is Mr. Joshua Bassi. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. All right, let's see what we have on the front page of the paper this morning, starting off with the Business Day paper this morning. The big story on the front page of the Business Day paper says, Nigerian cinema grosses 12 billion naira, eclipses 2024 all. And this is on page 31 of the paper this morning. And on page 30 of the paper, it says Nigerian SMEs compete for relevance in AFCFTA era after. And on page 30 of the paper this morning still, it says INEC's new chairman faces voter confidence test. Absolutely. We spoke a little bit of that on the headlines. And then on page 31, it says how Nigeria can sustain naira stability, and this is from the World Bank. The writer says global lender highlights food inflation impact, outlines 3-part strategy for job creation. But let's start off by focusing on the big story on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning, written by Anthony Uduba. Good thing is joining us this morning. Anthony, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Right, Anthony, throw more light on this story for us to help us understand what this cinema grossing 12 billion naira, what's it all about?
Yeah, so I'm happy to be here. Good morning, everyone. So the data derived from cinema revenues this year have seen it has seen revenues exceed 11.8 billion. And if you look at last year's revenue altogether after 204 titles, we summed up to 11.5 billion, which was a record-breaking year for the Nigerian cinema. And this year, we've seen that we have already eclipsed that number already, and we are moving towards a higher number by the end of the year. It's showing us here that, by January, we had big numbers. We had like 1.7 billion. February, we had 956 million. Then we entered the 1 billion mark again in April. We saw 1.3 billion in April. We saw 1.6 billion in May. In June, we had 1.3 billion. In July, we had 1.2 billion. And if you add all these numbers up, it's giving us like a huge number already. September saw 901 million in total, and we are expecting big numbers by the end of the year. So all these movies are the movies that we saw this year. It encompasses everything. When it comes to cinema numbers, we had good films this year. Talking about Sinners, we all watched Sinners, the horror franchise by Ryan Coogler, which made like 776 million naira in the box office in Nigeria here, followed up by Mufasa Lion King. So Mufasa Lion King was such a huge movie for kids and and adults too. We grew up watching Lion King, the animated version by Disney, and years after we are now seeing the live version here. It's quite amazing. So it had like both adults and children going to the cinemas to watch this movie. It was quite a lot, and it made in 10 weeks it made 606 million naira. And then we had other films again like Fantastic Four that came out like a couple of months ago. It was such a huge hit. We had Superman by Gunn. It's a new version of Superman that also got like almost 500 million naira gross in our box office. And Nollywood too performed well. For the first time in a very long time, we've seen movies that are grossing over 200 million at the box office. Normally, it's a trend that we see the Nigerian box office, and we see Nollywood films like going like 200 million as like the highest cap that they can go. But this time around, we saw movies like Ori the Rebirth, which did 413 million, which is exciting, and did that in just 9 weeks. And we saw Real Love by Timi Okusun. He's a newcomer to the industry, and he made a good one for himself. Grossing 341 million at the box office with Real Love. It was quite an amazing feat for a first timer who is trying to get his feet in a producer level. And we saw Iyalode as well doing 303 million, and definitely we saw Labake Olodo, which was one of the few interesting films this year, almost getting to that 300 million mark, but it stopped. I think it benched at 250 million at best. But it's a good one for Nollywood because it shows that we are spending more we are spending more on Nollywood films as much as we are spending more on Hollywood films as well. It's a good one for the industry. It's a good one for cinema. But we have to also regard the fact that this year we had spillovers from last year. We had spillovers from Everybody Loves Jennifer, which broke the record for the highest grossing movie in Nigeria for a Nigerian film, doing 1.8 billion. But we have to attend to the fact that it was released late December, and it spilled over all until February. So it got most of its revenue in the new year. So basically, even though it was released last year, it got most of its money this year. So we can also attest to the fact that that's also did numbers this year. We also saw Alakada making 476 million, which is quite a good feat for Nollywood as well. We saw the Waiter as well doing 351 million. These numbers, made they made us have as much numbers as we have last year. And cinema operative are projecting that they're going to have a huge bumper this December. A lot of films are coming up, and people are they are positive. They are positive and optimistic about the fact that we're going to get huge numbers this year. We are looking at 15 to 16 billion this year, given the fact that we have a lot of films coming up both from Nollywood and from Hollywood as well.
Right, Anthony, let me just come in very quickly. It's just interesting to hear you reel out these numbers and these exciting movies, and just some of the when you're highlighting the millions, billions and all of that. It's truly exciting. But I'm just curious, I'm seeing the story saying that in the first 9 months of 2025 outperformed, the entire year 2024, and this is on the back of the economy that everyone is complaining about, and everyone is complaining about the economy, or there's no money. In fact, in groups that will gather in and say how many people are going to the cinemas, people don't watch cinema movies anymore. Netflix has taken over. Not just Netflix, as a matter of fact, YouTube has taken over and all of that. So it's a little bit contrasting to see these numbers that regardless of the YouTube, which has really come to stay, because I see so many of the movie producers that we have now, they are also they've really caught on the YouTube train, because apparently that's where to make the money. So tell us why, regardless of this trend, we're still seeing an upward rise in the numbers in cinemas. Is there something that we need to know? Is there something that you want to enlighten us about?
So first of all, we also understand that not everybody in Nigeria has internet penetration. The internet penetration has not gotten to a lot of places, and people still depend on viewing movies the traditional way, which is going to the cinemas with friends and families. Some even go on their own. Despite the fact that we have streaming platforms, we saw that last year Netflix pulled back a bit from investing in Nollywood, so they're only licensing right now, which is taking the power away from producers. That is giving producers much more leverage to do their things with their own money and also sort out distributions for themselves. And since when doing that for the likes of Amazon or Netflix, it's quite harder to penetrate that platform, and it's easier to go to the route of cinemas. Yes, we are now seeing since Film One now has a huge competitor who is Nile Group by Moses Babatokwe. So everything is encompassing that. In that, we're having two different people are now like, okay, let's go to. If you cannot go to Film One, you can go to Nile. It's making it easier, and the storytelling is getting better. The script is getting better. Everything is people want to watch Nollywood more now, and we are seeing it in the numbers. So despite the fact that we have YouTube as well, people want to go to YouTube. I can also testify that people want to go to YouTube. Producers want that they don't want to go to distributors and start begging and start paying money when they can just film a movie in their house and release on YouTube and get their money. It's also there, but we have to also remember that people don't still know about these routes. They don't know how easy for it. There are a lot of people that still depend on going to the cinemas to see movies, and we can't take that out. And I think the industry is also working on creating community cinemas as well for people who can't still go to the big cinemas, because we still attest to the fact that there are people who they don't have enough money to still pay the 5,000 naira or 6,000 or 7,000 naira for film. And this is for a person. So it's a working trend in the industry for us to build more community cinemas for people in the rural areas. So given to the fact of doing that, we can still see that we still take traditional cinemas as one of the key factors. If you go anywhere in the world, it's the same trend. You cannot take traditional cinemas away from the movie culture. It has been there for years, and it's going to be there as long as we have people who are willing to go to cinemas to watch the film. So regardless of the various distributors or different version of distribution in film lately, we are still going to see people who are willing to pay money to see film in physical cinemas, going with family and friends.
Right. And Anthony, are they truly making this money? Because the last time I went to the cinema, actually I was the only person in the cinema, it was just myself and my friend. It was like we bought out the cinema. Understandably, I know that towards the end of the year, we'll have more people who will certainly be visiting cinemas. Most movie producers target the end of the year, 30 December, to release their movies because that's the holiday season. And we know that, especially in Nigeria, Lagos precisely, which is where the booming cinema market is, there are lots of people who, it's a pastime for them. It's a fun activity to visit the cinema to go see a movie, especially when it's festive season. Everyone's I just got back and all of that. But I'm just curious. Don't. I hope I'm not taking you back. I'm just curious to know how we now arrived at this number, considering the fact that when I step into the cinema, right? When I step into the cinema these days, it's almost looking like the cinema is not full, it's half full and all of that. So are there like other ways where they're making their money that we don't know? But truly, it's really exciting to actually see.
Yeah, but I understand you, because most time I think I've been in the cinema once where I was the only one there, but times are different. You have to look at the times whereby movie producers target the first week of viewing in the cinema. They target that first weekend, that first week.
Okay.
Because they have to make a lot of noise. They have to do a lot of. So maybe that time that the film is being released, you may not be in the cinemas there, and there's a lot of if you have to be there to understand how people take film seriously, because whether you like it or not, there are a lot of people that can view films over and over again. There are a lot of film heads in Nigeria here that goes with their friends and families and review these things over and over, and they are core fans of people. So look at this year, we had 2 films, more than 2 films. Like I said earlier, we had Sinners. Everybody knows Ryan Coogler did Black Panther, and we have Michael B. Jordan. A lot of ladies in Nigeria like Michael B. Jordan because of his looks and all that, and they want to see him. I want to see him perform, and it was like the vibe that people got from it, the hype from the movie, from the international space. It was a lot. Ryan Coogler is close to Nigeria. He has ties to Nigerian artists, and Nigerian artists would also help him to promote his film. So when you have someone that is tied to the industry like this, you can see a lot of people want to go watch Michael B. Jordan in the film. Then we had Superman. Superman it's a great film. It's a DC film that people want to always watch. You will do a Superman film 20 times and you still see numbers pull up 20 times because there are a lot of stories from it. We had Fantastic Four as well. These are Marvel films. These are action films that people want to go watch in the cinemas. It's quite interesting. Then we had a shift also in Nollywood as well, because I would also ask myself, why are people watching this film? But people want to go watch their favorite directors and producers watch film in the cinemas. You see Ori the Rebirth. It was people had there were a lot of buzz about it, especially in Lagos here. People want to go and see, and it was kind of like an action film as well, but in a native form. People want to see that. People want to understand how we are going in terms of telling stories in a local form. We saw Real Love as well. People like Timini. Timini Ogusu is like the lover boy of Nollywood, and people want to, attest to what he's trying to do. He's going from being an actor to being a producer. And he did his first film this year. And we're like, okay, Real Love, this is what we know him for. Let's go and see what. So it was jam-packed during the premiere of the film. And in the first weekend as well, I think it broke record for I'll go back to that number later, but it broke record for being the first a rookie producer that is making so much numbers in the first weekend of the release. So it is a target for most people. Even Owambe was there. Yeah, Owambe did like 193 million. It's quite amazing that a film like that people don't really know about or they didn't make too much noise about is making such money. Labake Olodo was was the one that took me aback. There was not too much noise about it, but people want to go and see the actors, dressed up in their whole costume and all that. The trailer was nice and everything. So people want to go see this thing. Now we are seeing this week we see me Akim Olayo is releasing a film called Circle of Fire late this year, and you see the posters already out. We see Uzo Rakwe, and the background is all red. There are 4 different posters. different colors, and they're amazing, and they're like they're gonna finish the cinemas with colors. They're gonna so people are started to make noise about how good it is to watch a film. So you are targeting that first week. Immediately that first week is out, and people see that okay, I need to go to this film. That first weekend and week is going to be jam packed. So people, so producers target that particular space of time to get their money for for what we see is a record breaking year. Yeah.
It's really exciting listening and hearing from you. I mean, there's no better person who would have, broken down the stories just the way you have, from your insight, your business and entertainment business analysis. But I think Debbie has a question for you.
Yeah, I see how excited you are about it, and it's really good to see. But is it safe to say that this number, that's 12 billion naira, actually came from more international collaborations than actually Nollywood movies? Because from your
yes,
more of international collaborations. So don't you think Nollywood should do better? Because in 2024, even though this number actually eclipsed 2024, we had more of Nigerian movies. The Nollywood really had a buzz everywhere. So don't you think there's a drop and we need to do better? We shouldn't have international movies, giving us numbers in Nigerian cinemas.
Yeah, so if you look at well, thank you for that. That's very good question. And if you look at what happened last year, the trend was Nigerian films, especially when we see our faves like Funke Akindele, who draws a huge number of viewers to the cinemas. She has her own people waiting for her. We have the likes of we have other people as well who are waiting for that particular time of the year. That is what we saw last year as well. Last year, Nollywood wasn't doing so well until the end of the year. And during the end of the year, we will not see our papes come out to release films that people actually want to watch. So in towards the November, December time of the year, we are seeing a lot more Nigerians coming out for Nigerian films than Hollywood films. Hollywood films don't really base their takes on their time on the end of the year. They usually do that during the summer, when summer is very crazy over there. People want to actually see films during the summer and all of that. So they basically stretch their releases from the beginning of the year towards the third quarter of the year. Then maybe the final quarter of the year we see basically Christmas films and all that, which is not really a big thing for Nigerians here. We basically want to go and see our traditional people, our local filmmakers do our own films here. So that's the reason why we are going to wait till the end of the year, because now we are saying, I think the cinema, the number, Nollywood only has 20% of what we have right now in the revenue right now. But I believe that towards the end of the year, the big hitters, as we call them, would also put up movies that will see us at least get to either 40 or 45% of the revenue, which is basically what happened last year. Last year it was basically the same thing, 50, 45%, 50 something for Hollywood, and for something for Nollywood. But then we might see the same thing this year. But then again, we also think we all know that Nigerians love to watch Hollywood film because they are more action impact, they have more stories and that we want to watch and all that. So that's what it is. Yeah.
Anthony, thank you so much. But just before I let you go, very, very quickly in 30 seconds, do you see the cinema movies weakening, box office movies weakening their grasp in a couple years or so, especially with the advent of YouTube and how, I think it's more economical to release a YouTube movie, you don't have to do all of this PR, you don't have to, pay for the cinemas and all of that. Do you see box office movies and then their usefulness? Do you see it weakening in the coming years, or do you think that they will still stand the test of time?
I think they will still stand the test of time, because whether we like it or not, as I said earlier, we cannot take going to the cinemas out of the distribution channel. There's always going to be people who are willing to go with their families, because it's like going to the mall to get food. It's like going to, you can't just sit at home all day and order your food from the Glovos or the, you can't just sit back there and do all the child decks. You have to actually go out there to actually go to the market to see what you want for yourself. So most people would not want to just sit back at home. Home might be boring for a lot of people. So there's always going to be a market for that. And as long as there's always going to be a market, there's always going to be cinema. So in as much as there's YouTube, there's Netflix, there's Amazon, I believe strongly that people are still going to go out with their families and friends. I was out 2 weeks ago to the cinemas just to see what was going on a Sunday afternoon after church. And we see people that are coming back from church. This was at the Ikeja City Mall. It was jam-packed, it was filled up, and this is just a regular Sunday. Talk more of the public holidays that we have. This was just a regular Sunday, and we saw people in the cinemas buying tickets. I went there, I was there for myself, and I see people buying tickets. This is the same trend we see, for weekends. Weekends are basically the top, times, and people want to go out on weekends to at least, spend money. So as long as there's money to be spent, there's going to be people who are going to cinemas to see movies. So I can't take that off. It's not going to die off anytime soon. We are going to have people in the cinemas. Come rain, come sun, come Netflix, come stream platforms, come YouTube.
All right, thank you very much, Anthony, for joining us this morning on the newspaper review and on your big story on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. Very excellent. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, now let's see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. Of course, we still have Mr. Joshua Bassi right there. Mr. Joshua Bassi, we have quite a number of stories on the front page of the Punch paper this morning, and we want you to review that with us. So over to you, Debbie.
All right. The big story on the Punch newspaper this morning reads, Amopitan faces tough test as new INEC chair. I must say Punch is actually very critical with their headlines. I'm seeing tons of headlines, but theirs is like critical. And the writers there says opposition warns against partisanship, demand urgent reform. And the writer says Tinubu APC defend appointment, urge fairness, credibility. And that story, we can find it on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. And on the top of the Punch newspaper, we have National Assembly probes NNPCL over $18 billion refinery spending. And that story is on page 28. We also have Tinubu clears 959 for national honors. You can find the story on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. And one more story, we have federal government moves to audit varsities over TED fund grant. And that story is on page 7. But Mr. Joshua Bassi, Amopitan is all over the news. Some are excited, some have like a different view about it. So what do you think about the new appointment of Amopitan and the big story on the Punch saying he actually like faced tough tests as the new INEC chair? Do you agree with that?
Thank you, Debbie, for having me. Good morning, viewers. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, all right, fine. Okay, so just like the Punch newspaper has put it, it is indeed a big task, a test for the new INEC chair. We congratulate him on his appointment by Mr. President. If you recall the 2023 election and all of the things that we saw, there was so much talk, by the former chairman of INEC, who is now out, Professor Yakubu Mahmood, about in the build-up to the 2023 election. So much was promised, so much so that several Nigerians abroad, actually came down to be part of the 2023 election. And I bet that a lot of them left very disappointed. So that brought that lack of confidence into the process, into the electoral process. And if you know how much of criticism that trailed what happened in 2023, particularly the presidential election that INEC failed, as it were, to upload the result on the IREF like they promised, because that was the key promise. That was the key thing that drove people down to vote in that election. Recall the youths, they really galvanized themselves, and then they did everything possible, and they told themselves it was a great opportunity for them to vote. But of course, at the end of the day, it was not that promise was not truly delivered by INEC under the now of-state chairman, Professor Yakubu Mahmoud. So the new INEC chairman is coming in at a time that the confidence of Nigerians in the electoral process is very, very low. And so he will need to do so much to rebuild that confidence in the process. He will need to do so much to tell people, to tell the Nigerian electorate that, look, I am in here to be able to do a job such that at the end of the day, the result that will come from the job I will do will be such that the Nigerians can then have restore the lost confidence in the electoral process. So it's truly a test for him. That's a huge task, a very huge task that he has on his hand to be able to do. In the off-cycle election, there's an election coming up in Anambra State, governorship election coming up in Anambra State. There's another one that is coming up in the, I think, Osun State, and all of that. Then before the general election in 2027. So, I mean, he has a huge job to do, really, to be able to get back the confidence of voters, to be able to. If you look at, the number of people that go out to vote, is the percentage is been dropping, and so and that speaks to the fact that people don't have confidence in the electoral process, as it were, anymore. I mean, people on election day, you see people, prefer to just sit down at home and they tell themselves, even if I go out to vote, with my vote count at the end of the day, so because if you look at that 2023 election, you notice that even the ballot papers, there were a lot of mixing all of there. If you look at the people were just using biros to do all kinds of things, and some of those things that we saw were captured and by INEC, and then the result were now based on those ballot paper that we saw and all of those things that and not all of the results were uploaded on IREF, and so that confidence kind of really went down. And so people who want to see the new INEC chairman, turn that situation around, and then they rebuild that confidence so that by 2027, people would then actually go out and vote, believing that their votes will count, and also that it will not necessarily be the judiciary and maybe 3 or 5 or 7 judges who will now decide who has won as against the voters. Because the voters should actually, the vote of the voters is what I should decide who has won in an election, not judges, even though, yes, of course, those who may feel like they should go to court to challenge the process, if they feel that the process was not good enough. But Nigerians are looking forward to see a situation where the results will actually reflect what people did at the polling units, at the point where they voted. And so this is where INEC, the new INEC chairman, will do a lot of job to build that confidence.
You really feel, now this is personal, do you really feel that Amupiton is actually a good fit for this position? Because so many people have said so many things. A group of people agree,
yes,
other group do not agree. So do you think he's a good fit? And the INEC position, chairman position, coming from the North Central, do you think that is also like a good idea right now?
Well, of course, the president, has the right to pick whoever he wants to pick as INEC chairman from any region of the country. Whether north or south, or if you go to the 6th region, that was the 6th geopolitical zone, south, east, south, southwest, north, east, north, central, and what have you. He can pick from any of these any of these geopolitical zones. So where he is coming from is not the issue here. And he could have even picked from Lagos, where he comes from. I mean, of course, people only say, "Oh, why should you pick someone from Lagos, where you come from?" But it is not where the person comes from, Debbie, that matters. What matters is the character, the integrity that the INEC chairman brings to bear in the course of doing the job that he's been given to do. Yes, if you look at the profile of Professor Amupiton is a intimidating profile. Many people have said, look, with this kind of profile, we expect that he would be able to do a good job, given his experience, a very long time experience, in the academia and what have you. But I've always made this a point, and I want to say again that look, we've always been appointing. We've always been appointing. Since 1999, we've been appointing professors as INEC chairman. But I want to say, if you really, for me, it is not whether one is a professor or not that matters. I tell you, what matters is integrity, character. You understand? That's what matters. Yes, I believe, I want to say that he should do a good job. But of course, to be able to do a good job that Nigeria expect that he will do, it should be about character. It should be about integrity. It's not about profile, as it were. It's not about how learned someone is. It's about one who will say that, look, I will not be intimidated by politicians. I will not be intimidated even by the person who has appointed me, and that's Mr. President. I will not listen to what they will say. I will not, boggle under any pressure, either from the presidency or from the National Assembly or from any quarter. I'm just going to do my job.
On that note, because we have to move on now, we're pressed for time. Thank you, Mr. Bassi. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day paper. It's always a good way for us to end the newspaper review segment. It's always interesting. Let's see what Asuko has cooked up for us today. So we see somebody.
What you always say somebody?
It's somebody now. Isn't that somebody? We see somebody. And he's there on the field with loans, and then the title says the sower and the yawning ground. Interesting. So you see loans, a seed of loans, and they're planting.
You know what's funny?
Funny?
This person, it's how Asuko was still able to draw his signature cap under the farmer hat. Like, why would you even think of that? Anyways, we all know what this is. Sowing the seed of loans. Are we sure all of this?
Are we going to reap? Will we reap? What will we reap from loans?
It's basically now.
What are we seeing? What are we seeing in the horizon that we might be reaping?
With everything that they're actually doing, the $1 trillion economy would actually make us do certain things that we're not supposed to do. I mean, as a nation, I think this is what the cartoon is trying to say. You're actually sowing the seed of loans right now, and we all know how the planting season works. When it's time to harvest, are we going to be harvesting debts that we cannot repay? Remember, we've not been able to repay the previous ones. The ones we were able to clear, they had to waive it off for us. So are you sure we're not still going through that route? I think that's what this cartoon is trying to say.
And just yesterday we saw also that the Eurobonds, Nigeria's Eurobonds, we're planning to pay it off also with borrowed
of course,
funds.
That's the way.
That's although that had some good side, because we saw that interest rate, there's been rate cuts for interest, so this might be a good time for them to
pay back.
Still not pay out of pocket, but just borrow from foreign reserves and pay off, but it's still borrowing at the end of the day. So
I said, when you sow the seed of loans, you're gonna collect basic. That's that.
Well, when I saw the sower and the yawning ground, I'm just curious to know what yawning ground means. What does yawning ground mean?
Yawning. I don't know. But
exactly. Like they say, pictures tell 1,000 stories. But that's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment right here.
Yawning.
Yes. So it's open mouth. Oh yes. Okay, cool. And open makes a lot of sense. Shout out to Mr. Mike Asuko for always doing excellently well with the cartoons. That's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is the Business Morning with Deborah Eze. Do stay with us.
Greetings and welcome back to Today in History, right here on Business Day Television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 10th.
On this day in 1962, the Second Vatican Council, announced by Pope John XXIII in 1959, was opened. It lasted for 3 years and remains a symbol of the Church's readiness to adapt to modern life. And on this day in 1973, Vice President Spyro T. Agnew resigned from office and pleaded no contest to the charge of failing to report a $29,500 in income while governor in Maryland. Finally, on this day in 2002, the U.S. Congress passed a bill by a wide margin granting U.S. President George Bush broad authority to use force against Iraq, as Bush and his administration continued to make the case for what became the Iraq War.
And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History, right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
Never sleeps, and also the market never sleeps, and neither do the conversations that shape our economy. This is Business Morning right here on the Breakfast Show, where we are going to be giving you everything, the updates on business. Of course, my name is Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you join us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. The Naira recorded a slight appreciation against the dollar in the official foreign exchange market on Thursday as Nigeria's external reserves continued to maintain a steady upward trend. At the close of trading yesterday, the Naira reportedly strengthened by 0.3%, with the dollar quoted at 1,466.65 compared to 1,470.62 recorded on Wednesday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. And according to the Central Bank of Nigeria, this marginal gain reflects improved liquidity and sustained positive sentiment in the official window, driven by steady inflows and foreign exchange management measures implemented by the Apex Bank. The local currency also weakened slightly, losing 0.5% to close at 1,492 per dollar at the prior market, compared with 1,485 recorded on Wednesday. And also with traders attributing the decline to higher cash demand from retail end users and importers and limited supply in the informal segment. And moving on, the National Council of State has approved the nomination of Joash Amopita, a senior advocate of Nigeria from the North Central, as a new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Presidential spokesman Bayo Nanuga yesterday revealed that President Bola Tinubu presented Amopita as a nominee to fill the vacant position following Professor Mahmood Yakubu's exit. President Tinubu told the council that Amopita is the first person from Kogi North Central State nominated to occupy the position, insisting that it is apolitical. Council members unanimously supported the nomination, with Governor Ahmed Usman Ododo describing Amopita as a man of integrity. And still on, the Senate, through its Committee on Finance, has given Wale Edun, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, and Atiku Bagudu, the Minister of Budgets and National Planning, 2 weeks to submit a detailed report on the performance of the 2024 budget. This directive was issued yesterday after an extensive meeting between the committee, Edun, Samudin Ogunjimi, the Accountant General of the Federation, and Tanimu Yakubu, Director General of the Budget Office. The Chairman, Senate Committee on Finance, Sani Musa, who spoke after the closed-door section, says the lawmakers agreed that while some progress had been made, the ministers must provide documented evidence of the 2024 budget performance before discussion on the 2026 to 2029 medium-term expenditure framework can begin. The section reportedly focused on assessing fiscal policies, reviewing budget implementation, and setting a framework for the 2025 and 2026 to 2029 fiscal years. And so in the news, the chairman of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group has emphasized that Africa's economic transformation and long-term prosperity depend largely on strengthening regional collaboration, unlocking trade barriers, and accelerating cross-border investment. Yusuf, speaking at the 34th Nigerian Economic Summit in Abuja, revealed that the continent must move beyond rhetoric to action by deepening integration across borders and mobilizing regional capital to finance growth and development. In his words, Nigeria's economic transformation, as well as Africa, will remain elusive without collaboration across borders, propelled by shared markets, talent, and resources. The chairman added that while Africa accounts for 17% of the world's population, its shares of global trade remains just 3%, with intra-African trade standing at mere 14.4% compared to 49% in North America and 38% in Asia. And still to come, after the break, growing sustainable and impactful initiative in urban planning and housing. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move to the first conversation for today. Urbanization across Africa is accelerating at an unprecedented rate, and with it comes the growing demand for sustainable housing, resilient infrastructure, and also inclusive community development. Yet, many cities continue to grapple with challenges such as inadequate planning, rising housing costs, and increasing vulnerability to climate-related disasters. Today on Business Morning, we explore how to grow sustainable and impactful initiatives in urban planning and housing, focusing on innovative approaches to community resilience, affordable housing, and sustainable urban growth. Joining us to discuss this is Oluwasegun James. He's a graduate student in urban and regional planning and sustainability advocate at the University of Florida. He also specializes in sustainable communities, disaster resilience, and affordable housing development. Good morning, James. Good to have you on the Business Morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, let's begin with an overview. What does sustainability actually mean in the context of urban planning and housing?
So when we talk about sustainability in urban planning and housing, we're talking about building cities that can meet people's needs today. And what are these needs? Housing, transportation, and then jobs, without destroying, the environment or limiting the future generations to enjoy, these things, these needs, meeting their needs, basically. So in simple terms, it's about balance, ensuring economic growth, protecting the environment, and then promoting social inclusion all at once. So for example, in Florida, I've seen sustainable housing design, includes energy efficient buildings, green roofs, flood resilient construction, all to protect people from environmental hazard like hurricanes and all that. So in Nigeria, this might mean, building affordable homes with proper drainage channels and access to public transport, or ensuring that communities communities in flood-prone areas, just like we have in Lagos or Ibadan, they have climate resilient infrastructure. So sustainability isn't a luxury. So it is how we ensure that our city remain livable for decades and even for centuries to come.
Why is it so crucial for developing regions, especially in Africa, to prioritize sustainability in their urban planning strategies?
Oh, that's a very good question. So let me start by saying that Africa is urbanizing really fast, and by I think by 2050, more than 1.3 billion Africans would live in cities. So, but this rapid growth often happens without proper planning, leading to overcrowding, poor infrastructure, and we can also think about unsafe housing, right? So if we don't plan sustainably, we'll keep chasing problems instead of solving them. So for instance, Lagos grew about 77 people per hour, around 77 people per hour, yet housing and infrastructure haven't kept pace. So that's why sustainability, isn't just a buzzword. It's actually a survivor. So when cities plan ahead with resilient housing in mind, clean energy, efficient transportation, they save billions in future recovery costs. According to World Bank, every $1 spent on resilience planning saves about $4 in disaster recovery. Yeah.
Impactful or remain just a policy on paper?
Okay. I would say three things. So the first and the foremost is implementation. So this is where many good plan fails. In Nigeria, for example, we have strong policies like the housing policy, but they often don't move beyond paper because of limited funding. We also see weak follow-up systems. We see changes in government. These ideas are like providing affordable housing or, urban renewal, but without clear steps, even accountability and proper monitoring, they don't reach people who need them most. A good example is social housing program. It aims to help low-income earners, but without affordable mortgage options or enforcement, many people can't benefit, right? But on the other hand, you see in the developed region, I will use Gainesville, for instance, where I live, affordable housing action plan is a good success story here. It includes practical steps like, beyond just having these policies and paper, we really want to see practical steps to adjusting zoning rules just to allow housing types and, encourage building green building, building prototypes just to make sure that people have access to this thing, provide practical steps. And, this constantly involve community through feedback sessions also. People really want to be involved in this process. The city also track its process and they fund plan properly. And that's how ideas turn into results. And the second one is inclusion. I think I mentioned that briefly. Community inclusion is also very key. When people are part of the process, you realize that from identifying the problem to shaping the solution, they take ownership. In Nigeria, many projects fail because they are designed from the top, without taking or talking to the people, without taking ideas from people or initiative, or say concluding their own input in the plan. But when you engage communities, like through local association, interest groups, the project tend to last longer. Finally, I would say continuity. Many projects in our country don't survive changes in leadership. Each new government starts fresh and we lose progress. And, that's already been made over time. So in developed regions, for instance, in Florida, partnership between groups like, where I work, for instance, as a researcher, Florida Housing Coalition, the local governments, they help ensure that the plans continue no matter who is in the office. They use data and collaboration to keep things moving. So in summary, real impact happens when policies are implemented properly, and when people are included, and when efforts continue over time. When citizens see themselves in plan, they help protect it. That's when policies truly become progress and not just, what is written on the paper.
All right, let's now take a look at the challenges and opportunities. We understand that many African cities struggle with informal settlements and inadequate infrastructure. So how do you think urban planners can balance rapid urbanization with sustainable growth?
That's a very good question. So how urban planners can balance rapid urbanization with sustainable growth? Study shows that informal settlements house over 60% of urban dwellers in sub-Saharan Africa. And the answer to your question isn't to clear them out, but to upgrade them. I've seen examples even in Nigeria. Ogun State government, for instance, they've done a great job in regularizing some of these communities. Due to the pressure in Lagos, development has sprung up even in places where they were not originally designated for people to live in. But just because of the pressure, people want to stay close to work and all that. And then as a result of that, development started springing up in all of these places that were not originally marked or designated for residential purpose. So Ogun State government, I would say, regularize some of these communities and it's just like bringing them into the plan and just upgrading them. I was fortunate to be part of the project where we kind of did, development guide plans for some of these communities along Lagos Ibadan Expressway. So we don't necessarily have to clear them out, but to upgrade them, improve access to clean water, sanitation, and transport, while even keeping people where they are. An example, Makoko community, simple interventions like, lights, raised walkways, so floating schools, have made a huge difference. So, urban planners must also promote compact growth. Cities that grow upward and not outward, that would reduce travel times. It will preserve our land for future, because this is sustainability we are talking about, and that is what a planner should bear in mind. We can see a lot of examples in the developed region. Florida's, for instance, the Comprehensive Planning Act offers lessons, and one of these lessons that stands out from this act is the fact that it requires every city to integrate environmental protection with land use planning. That's the kind of structure African cities need. Yeah.
All right, so let's now we know that affordable housing actually remain a pressing issue, no matter how we want to put it. So from your experience, what innovative approach can make housing both sustainable and also accessible?
That's a very thoughtful question. What innovative approaches can make housing both sustainable and accessible? So that's one of the most urgent challenges facing our cities today, not just in Nigeria, I mean, everywhere, even the developed regions. So for many Nigerians, owning or even renting a decent home has become almost impossible. Studies show that Nigeria has a housing deficit of over 20 million units, and the average cost of a modest two-bedroom apartment in many cities is far beyond what most people can afford. So when we talk about innovation in this context, so it is not just about innovation, is not just about technology, right? It's about creating systems in this context, system that can make housing truly accessible. So from what I have learned working with organizations, here, one key lesson is that government intervention makes all the difference. In Florida, the state has a housing trust fund that supports low-income families through mortgage assistance. In other states also, and even in the Europe, you hear about rent stabilization, you hear about affordable housing programs. I mean, these policies keep people from being pushed or being priced out of the cities or being pushed out of their homes. So Nigeria needs something similar, a stronger public housing finance system. The government can provide low interest mortgage option for working class and expand rent.
James, if you can hear us, please can you unmute your mic? We can't hear you.
We need better rent regularization in cities like Lagos. Rents can jump by 50% in a single year. And I mean, it's so unfair. A rent stabilization policy can cap sudden increase. So that's what is done in developed region. It will go a long way in protecting tenants. So on the sustainability side, we can reduce costs by building smarter homes, but for example, using our local materials. A lot of studies, a lot of research has been made to, identify some of these materials that, can, be cheap in terms of construction, and they are also very strong, and they will give you, the structural stability that you need. So Communities can also be part of the building process, what we call incremental housing. This is also an approach that can be adopted, where homes are built in phases as people grow in income. Lastly, I would also mention that public-private partnership are also very essential. Government alone cannot meet the housing demand. So the developers, the financial institutions, the community cooperative, for instance, they all need to be involved. They all need to come together with clear incentives to make project affordable and environmentally responsible.
All right, you've worked on disaster resilience and housing vulnerability. How do you think urban planning can help cities prepare for and also recover from climate-related disasters?
Can you say that one more time?
So I said you've worked on disaster resilience and housing vulnerability. So how do you think urban planning can help these cities prepare for and also recover from climate-related disasters?
Thank you. That's a very critical question because, climate-related disasters are no longer distant events. They are happening right where people live. Urban planning is actually the first line of defense against disaster. Because how we plan our cities determine how vulnerable or resilient our communities become. Where I reside, I currently conduct research, urban planning and housing policies are guided by flood zone mapping here and even reads that data. The states use they use clearly defined zones like FEMA flood zone, zone 8, like they have this category. They just categorize these floods based on how severe they can be to determine where housing can or cannot be built. So, and what elevation or drainage requirements, apply. So this means that before a new housing project begins, planners already know the level of flood exposure and they just design accordingly. However, in Nigeria, that system is there, but maybe not yet consistent. So we often see residential developments on floodplains, wetlands, drainage corridors and all that, places that naturally absorb water. So when those are blocked or built upon, the result is flooding. We've seen a lot of situations. We've had a lot of news of flood events that has displaced millions of people, destroyed thousands of homes, and have affected, a lot of lives. So that's not just a climate issue, it's a planning issue. So my ongoing research on flood exposure and affordable housing vulnerability here, in collaboration with some, research centers, has revealed that in some Florida counties, over 25% of affordable housing units fall within high-risk zones. So that means low-income households are disproportionately affected by floods. So we see a similar trend in Nigeria, where informal settlement and low-cost housing areas are usually located on marginal land. So that's because that's where the land is cheap. So planning is very, very, we need to really do better, use our data effectively, and we are important in this course.
Finally, James, before I let you go, what's your vision for the future of sustainable urban planning in Africa, and what gives you hope that we can actually get there? If you can hear us, Mr. James. All right, thank you so much. We had Oluwasegun James, a graduate student in urban and regional planning and sustainability advocate at the University of Florida. Thank you so much for that insight. Still to come after the break, we have Beyond Empowering Youth Through Technology and Innovation. So just stay with us.
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the poles of national economic policy. This is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
We are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Viewers, and welcome back to Today in History right here on Business Day television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 10th.
On this day in 1962, the Second Vatican Council, announced by Pope John XXIII in 1959, was opened. It lasted for 3 years and remains a symbol of the Church's readiness to adapt to modern life. And on this day in 1973, Vice President Spiro T. Agnew resigned from office and pleaded no contest to the charge of failing to report a $29,500 in income while governor in Maryland. Finally, on this day in 2002, the U.S. Congress passed a bill by a wide margin granting U.S. President George Bush broad authority to use force against Iraq, as Bush and his administration continued to make the case for what became the Iraq War.
And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
now. We're going to move to the second conversation on the Business Morning today. Africa's digital landscape is evolving rapidly, with technology shaping new opportunities for growth, entrepreneurship, and inclusion. From mobile applications and fintech to artificial intelligence and digital education, young Africans are driving innovation across sectors. Yet, challenges such as limited access to digital infrastructure, inadequate skills, and policy gaps continue to slow progress. Today on Business Morning, we discuss how Africa can truly drive its digital future by empowering young people with the tools, platforms, and skills to lead technological transformation across the continent. Joining us to discuss this is Mami Esiaido Victoria. She's a digital transformation specialist with extensive experience in technology, leadership, and youth empowerment. She currently works in the technology and telecommunications sector, focusing on digital engagement and innovation. Good morning, Victoria. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Good morning, and happy to be here.
All right, so let's begin with an overview. So when we talk about driving Africa's digital future, what does that really mean in practical terms?
I like that question, especially in practical terms. So Africa's digital future really is all about solving local challenges with scalable digital solutions, ensuring that inclusion is at the heart of the innovation. And so when we go practically, we are thinking about a farmer in Ghana using a mobile app to be able to have real-time market pricing instead of relying on intermediaries. We are talking about, for instance, in Estonia, where you have 99% of their government services being digitalized. We are talking about Rwanda, who have created digital identity systems that allow citizens to be able to access healthcare, bank accounts, educational records instantly. These are some of the practical things we are talking about when we really think about Africa's digital future. And it's really not about what is yet to come, but we are looking at optimizing our massive trade infrastructure. We talk about the African trade continental system. We are talking about having practical things, for instance, as a logistics manager in Lagos, who is able to use an AI-powered platform to be able to predict port traffic and also reroute goods before congestion happens. These are the practical things I think about, talking about the whole supply chain system to make our continent much more competitive. Those are some of the things I think about when you ask me to talk about Africa's digital future.
All right, so how would you assess Africa's current digital transformation journey, particularly in terms of youth participation and innovation?
Our digital transformation journey, I would say, is rapidly accelerating, but unfortunately, it's also highly uneven. Rapidly accelerating because we are the continent that has the highest adoption of mobile technology. And so, for instance, we have over 50% of sub-Saharan Africa being subscribed to mobile services. And that figure is rapidly increasing. But it's not just about we having the mobile phones or the smartphones. But then with the power of the mobile phones, we literally have our banking system in the palm of our hands. We have our classrooms in the palm of our hands. We have our healthcare gateway system in the palm of our hands. I know, yes, we need to move beyond the 2G and the 3G to affordable 4G and 5G. But then let's look at our fintech ecosystem, for instance. We are literally leading, like I said earlier, when it comes to mobile money adoption. We are also seeing a lot of unicorn companies being built by founders that are below 35, or even if I want to stretch it, 40 years. And so we as the youth are not just participating, we actually are the ones who are driving the innovation when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to edutech, when it comes to fintech. So for me, when you think about Africa's digital transformation journey, it's rapidly accelerating, but unfortunately, it's highly uneven. And so you have certain markets that are all the way at the top, but unfortunately, we also have certain markets that do not even see these technologies at all.
What unique opportunities does Africa's youthful population present in shaping the continent's tech-driven future?
For that question, the answer actually lies within the question, and it has to do with the fact that we are a growing continent. So the youth really are the answer when it comes to that particular question. We are our greatest competitive asset. We are a ready digital workforce. Our consumer base is huge, unlike any other region. We have the youngest population globally. We are digitally native. We are highly adaptable, and we are motivated by the need for solutions. When you go across the different countries within Africa and you join hackathons or you join these events and you speak to people, you hear a lot about people thinking about solutions for the problems that exist today. And so that presents us with a very fine opportunity for us to think and leapfrog above the Western solutions that today exist, but then think about what is in it for me as an African in an African country and the problems that I have to be able to solve. And so by investing in the skills of this massive youth group that we are as a continent, our ingenuity, our sheer size alone is enough to guarantee that we become the primary architects of Africa's digital future.
Let's now take a look at the challenges and the gaps, because despite the progress, we still see issues like digital divide and low digital literacy. So what are the biggest barriers preventing young Africans from fully harnessing technology?
So in as much as I talk about the fact that we are a large workforce ready to take it on, I consider two main things as the challenges. The first is access, and the second is affordability. So when I talk access, I'm referring to having it, right? Having that reliable internet infrastructure, especially in our rural areas. And then when I talk about affordability, I'm talking about the cost of data and services, because the crucial part really is digital literacy. And how can you have a better digital literacy if there is no access? Our young people need to be able to use or have access to these technologies. Yes, we are good when it comes to social media, but the truth is that we lack the foundational skills literally around how to learn. And so, yes, we can go on all the social media sites that exist, but there's more to technology advancements than social media. We need to be able to learn the necessary skills to be able to add value to who we are as Africans, and then to not just consuming content, but really creating the code that will help us.
So how do you think public and private sectors can collaborate? Because at the end of the day, the government cannot do it alone. So how do you think they can come together and collaborate to improve access to digital infrastructure, also funding and mentorship for youth-led tech initiatives?
Right. In order to bridge the divide, and I think it flows straight from the question you just asked, it's important that we treat digital infrastructure and digital literacy as essential public goods. The way we look at water, the way we look at our healthcare system, the way we look at shelter. It's about time we also look at digital literacy as part. And that's why collaboration is very, very important. And collaboration is actually very critical. And so it's not just about governments, but we also need to think about the private sectors. And for me, I call that a smart public-private partnership, where both entities are sharing the risk and also sharing the reward as well. For infrastructure, governments can actually offer tax breaks and then spectrums to be able to provide, for instance, our private telecommunication companies with the necessary tools that they need to be able to roll out fiber in underserved rural areas. When you come to our big cities, it's obvious that yes, the rollout is going on, but then we also need to consider the underserved rural areas. When it comes to funding, we should be able to think of a blended finance model where government can give the initial seed capital and then also ensure some guarantee of risk, and encouraging the private sector to also go into venture capitalists and then also give out or give back, providing mandatory mentorship And so, for instance, a government can say, okay, as a government, I am going to give you this, but then at the end of the day, I need you to be able to commit certain hours to be able to mentor the youth within this region where you are serving. I think collaboration is not just about sharing the money, but it's also about sharing the vision as well as the risk, so that the public sector sets the agenda for inclusion and the private sector drives innovation and speed.
All right. So, as someone involved in digital transformation, what policies and also ecosystem do you think, would you like to see accelerate innovation in Africa?
Whoa. I think the most urgent change I am looking forward to is to have a continental digital identity as well as a payment harmonization. And so a number of people will probably agree with me. I am just coming back from a conference which was held in Africa. It was actually held in South Africa. And even the payment for that conference was a hurdle for some of the countries because we do not have any payment harmonization systems. Yes, I know within certain parts of the sub-region, they are trying to put together payment platforms and all to allow, but as a continent, we need to think beyond just our sub-regions, so not just West Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, and all of that, but we should think of ourselves as one and have that digital identity and then payment harmonization. So imagine a young developer in Togo building an app, and then immediately he wants to scale that app to say Benin or even Nigeria. They hit a wall just because there are different KYC requirements, there are fragmented payment systems. And this friction really kills scalability. And so most of the time our solutions are suited for just our countries, and it becomes difficult to move it outside. On policy again, I'm thinking of governments or many governments showing more commitment. So for instance, in my home country, Ghana, we have the digital transformation agenda. I know Kenya also has a similar thing, and they are actively formulating policies to support technology talent and simplifying the regulations for startups. When we make it easy to move digital services across African borders, it means that we are going to also make it easy for ourselves and scale up to be able to have more youth-led innovation that will drive the continent's digital future forward.
All right. You've worked extensively in youth leadership and ministry. How can technology be used not just for economic gain, but also for purpose-driven impact and community transformation?
Thank you. So I consider technology as a driving force, right? It's simply a tool which we can use to make life and work easy. However, the true power of technology lies in its ability to be able to amplify purpose. Because at the end of the day, what exactly is the purpose behind everything and anything that we do? So for instance, when we think of technology or we think of digital transformation, most of the time, the focus is always towards the money. It's always towards what is the need for me, but we should look at community. And we see how technology can really drive community when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to civic technologies, when it comes to ensuring transparency. So today, in many countries, you would have election violence just because we could not add some bits of technology to our election systems. In healthcare, I should be able to move between hospitals and then not have my information being lost in transit. When it comes to our faith, when it comes to our values, when it comes to our coding skills, we should be able to create solutions that fix the systematic problems that we have and not just about earning profit. We should be able to teach our youth that success is not just about the size of your bank accounts, but actually the size of the positive impact that their innovation brings to their community. Because at the end of the day, when we have these tools and we don't use them to our advantage, the tools really become useless.
So what practical steps do you think young professionals can take to build successful careers in the digital economy or launch impactful digital projects?
I think my advice is simple. Learn. Firstly, constantly learn. There are a lot of free online courses from global universities that are focusing on high demand skills like data science, like UI, UX, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, and all of that. The first thing we need to be able to do is to learn. We need to know about these skills. It's important that you know, because really, if we do not know, then how do you use the tools? The second advice for me will be for young people to build a portfolio. Today, you can't say you are waiting for a job. No, you have to start something on your own. It may be a small project that involves solving a certain small local problem. Even if it's just a simple website for a market woman out there, do that. Because at the end of the day, it becomes a proof of your skill and not really a proof of your diploma or a proof of your certificate. Do you have the skills to be able to do the next big thing? The third advice for me would be network. You can't stay in your shell, or you can't stay in your corner and think you are going to make it. Let us move beyond just staying within our local corner. Let's engage each other, not just horizontally, but even vertically. But first of all, let's connect with our peers. Let's connect with people who think like us, who are like us. There are so many tech hubs today. There are so many technology accelerators today. Your peers really are often your first co-founders. And so when you look at most companies that have, or startups that have come up, you will notice that most of the time, they are peers that have come together. And so if you do not network, they won't be able to leverage our skills. And so my advice is simple: learn, build your portfolio, and then network. Yeah.
Right, so how can mentorship, leadership development, and also digital inclusion programs help bridge the gender gap in Africa's tech ecosystem?
Oh, the gender gap. So I actually agree that targeted programs are essential, because the gender gap is really not about ability. So it's not like we have put a specific group or a particular gender, to go ahead and then take up digital skills or digital jobs. However, it's really about exposure. It's really about confidence. It's about visibility. And so to be able to bridge that digital gender gap, we really need to be able to expose the other gender to these skills, to these technologies. And so I think that we need mentorship that connects young women with senior female tech leaders. And what that does is that it demonstrates that this is attainable. When I know or I see a female leader in technology, because I am female, the first thing it tells me is that because she has, I can. And that is very, very important, because once I can see it, then I can be it. And so I actually believe that these inclusion programs must start early. We don't necessarily have to wait till we are at the university level or even the senior high school, but then from the very lower, the basic school, we should be able to present these figures to our females so that they can see it, and then it affects their mindset, and it goes down with them. Because I was fortunate to have that as well. Because I could see a female tech leader, I knew I could become a female tech leader.
All right, so finally now, Victoria, what's your vision for Africa's digital future, and what gives you confidence that the continent's youth can lead that transformation?
Okay, my confidence. Well, first, let me talk about the vision. My vision for Africa when it comes to digital transformation is not just about we being digitally enabled, but more importantly, for us to be digitally independent. So I want us to be that continent that exports innovation to the world than just consuming it. We have become consumers for a very long time. And so my vision is for us to become that continent that now exports our innovation, all those ideas, the wild solutions that we have. We should be able to export it to the outside world, so outside our continent. And my confidence when it comes to seeing this vision coming to fruition, it really has to do with our resilience as African youth. I am a young African woman, and so when I think about what goes on in my life and even across the continent, I meet young people every day. And when you think about the infrastructural challenges that we have, the financial challenges we have, the educational hurdles that exist, but at the same time, you see people building very wild solutions, creating world-class solutions, coding, and then ensure consider us the hustlers of the digital economy. And as a hustler, one thing about hustling is the fact that you must have shared determination. You must have that determination. So my confidence around seeing Africa's digital future really comes from our shared determination that we have as young African men and women.
Thank you so much for your insight this morning on the Business Morning, Victoria. It was really good to have you on the show.
Happy to be here as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning, growing sustainable and impactful initiatives in urban planning and housing, and also driving Africa's digital future that's empowering youth through technology and innovation. So before we go, I'm going to give my take on the second conversation that we had today, which is driving Africa's digital future, empowering youth through technology and innovation. So you see, everyone keeps talking about Africa's digital future. Well, let's be honest, we're already living in it. Now, from fintech to fashion tech, from AI to content creation, young Africans are building empires out of ideas. They are turning Wi-Fi and willpower into opportunity. But here's the catch. Innovation isn't magic. It's not just coding or creating an app. It's the mindset. It's seeing a problem and deciding you're not waiting for permission to fix it, just like Victoria, our guest, mentioned. Now, the tools are in our hands, literally. I'm talking about laptops, smartphones, and even online platforms. That's the new land, that's the new oil, and also the new frontier. And the youth who understand that are already cashing out on the digital gold rush. This generation has no excuse. If you ask me, the internet has leveled the field. What you do with it determines your future. It's not about who is in power. It's not about what you're building with the power, or it's about what you're building with the power, rather, that you already have. So if Africa is going to drive its digital future, it won't be because someone handed us the keys. It will be because we built engines ourselves. Now, the code is simple. Learn, create, and collaborate. Learn, learn, learn. We heard that from our guests. So you just have to learn, create, collaborate, and keep moving, because the future isn't coming. It's already online. And that's the much we can take on Business Morning segments today. I'm Deborah Eze. Thank you for watching, and do stay with us as the breakfast show continues with a big story with Elizabeth Musa after the short break. Have a good morning.
Insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
strength, what defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning we're taking a closer look at the real engine of Nigeria's economy, the hustle. A new report by the Nigerian Economic Summit Group reveals that 93% of Nigeria's workforce is trapped in informal survivalist jobs. If you think about it, almost everyone you know has a side hustle. The tailor down your street, the woman selling food by your office, the neighbor who runs a small POS stand, they are all part of what we call Nigeria's informal economy. The 2025 report titled From Hustle to Decent Work shows that 81% of these workers are concentrated in low productivity sectors like small-scale farming and petty trading. These are the people who keep the country's wheels turning, but whose labor often goes unseen, unprotected, and unrewarded. Nigeria has about 40 million small and medium enterprises, but nearly 9 out of 10 operate informally. They are unregistered, often untaxed, and largely outside the system. Yet, many of them still pay levies, not to the government, but to market unions, area boys, and local collectors. So the question we're asking this morning is, what does this mean for Nigeria's growth story? And how can we turn that hustle into real sustainable work? Well, joining me this morning is Victory Okoyomo, is a senior communication specialist at MoneyPoint, which works closely with millions of MSMEs across Nigeria, helping them move from cash-based operations into the financial mainstream. Welcome to the show, Victory.
Hi, thank you very much. It's great to be here.
It's good to have you this morning. Victory, tell us, when we say 93% of Nigeria's workforce is in the informal sector, who exactly are we talking about here?
All right, thank you for that. So it's a lot like you had just said. When we refer to people in the workforce, we're referring to everyday people around us. So if you live in Nigeria, this means, the mom and pop shop across your house. It means the gentleman down your street that sells vegetables and fruits on wheels. It means the lady you see selling thrifted materials on social media, people that have side hustles, right? So when you step out of your house, moving around on your day-to-day, the truth is you encounter these informal businesses, people engaged in informal employment in many different sorts of ways just all around you. And it's very, interesting to see how pervasive it is in Nigeria.
Right. And what does this actually say about the structure of Nigeria's economy and how people are surviving today, if you were to answer that question?
So I think there's a few things. On one end, it shows you how, resilient and fortitudinous like Nigerians are. We are willing to do what it takes to ensure that we can create the kind of lives that we want for ourselves, right? A lot of informal businesses or informal employment is a response to that need for people to provide for their families, to take care of themselves and make a living. Unfortunately, what this means is that a lot of these people are doing this in a way that is invisible to the government. And that means that while they're putting a great effort to put their lives together to become something and make a living, they do not have the kind of access to support that's available that would help them grow. So yes, it's something of a positive thing because it means that people are working hard to create a life for themselves. But it's also a bit sad because there's a lot of support that should be available to them that unfortunately they don't have access to because they've gone into like informal employment.
Right. And why do you think many of these businesses remain informal despite their size and what it is that they do?
Yeah, so it's very interesting because when we think of informal employment or when we think of businesses being informal, we think of it as something that they are actively doing, right? So a business remains informal. But the reality is that for them, informality is just their default state. So think of a woman who has started a business because she's unemployed and needs to take care of her family. The primary thing she's thinking about is that she needs to make a profit. She needs to feed her children. She needs to pay for school fees. She needs to attend to the bills as they come. It doesn't exactly occur to this person that becoming formalized is something that might be important or necessary to them. So because of this, informality just becomes the natural state that they find themselves. Another thing to consider is that when we think of the size and scale of the informal economy, it is that large because it is made up of millions of small players that are, making things happen. We know that there are over 39 million MSMEs in Nigeria, and a large number of them are in the informal economy. So it's a lot of small players that are, making contributions. And because of this, and how they get into it with that mindset of, I need to make a living, automatically, unfortunately, the default is that a lot of them are in the informal economy. And then there are also some, obviously, misconceptions about what being formalized means. Some of them are afraid that it's going to, expose them to more tax, which is ironical because there are a lot of protections that exist for small businesses that are formalized. A lot of them also think it's expensive. Some think that, oh, I need to wait until I have like a very big, business or corporation before I need to think about that. So because of all of these things, for a lot of them, they just naturally find themselves in that state of informality. And unfortunately, are missing out on the things that would help them grow.
Many of these informal businesses actually get to pay daily levies, just not to government actually, but Victory, if you're to really answer that question, what does that reveal about the weakness of our formal systems if, these informal businesses are still paying their, officially not taxed, but they're still paying, levies to area boys, local collectors and whatnot? What does that reveal about the weakness in our formal systems?
Yeah, so I think that that's a consequence of, of the informal economy's invisibility. So when the informal economy is described, it's described using words like the shadow economy, it's the invisible economy. A lot is happening, but it's inaccessible to like the government, it's inaccessible to like formal systems. So it's not so much about the weakness of the formal systems, right? Because when you look at some of the work that's being done, for example, by Smith and by MoneyPoint and some collaborations that have existed, they exist in order to reach out to these people and help them become formalized and access the kind of support that they need. However, because of the reasons we stated earlier, a lot of them just not default find themselves in this state, and this means that unfortunately they don't know that protections exist for them. And I think that when we're able to, I guess, build systems, right, or when they're able to take more advantage of systems that exist to transition them from informality to being recognized, then, they then begin to get more protection and don't have to, for example, pay levies, as you said, to, people that are not exactly recognized or participate in systems that aren't formally recognized, but are unfortunately still, hampering their success.
From MoneyPoint's perspective, what are some of the financial behaviors or patterns that you get to see among MSMEs in the informal space?
Yes, so I guess the backdrop for this is that Africa is often described as a cash-based economy, right? We often say that cash is king. And while that is, is true or holds certain truth, one trend we've seen is a greater adoption of digital payments over the past few years. Now, a couple of years ago, if you wanted to buy fruits from the man selling fruits on the wheelbarrow down your street, right, you obviously needed to have cash with you. It didn't make any sense for you to think that this person would be able to accept transfers. But now that is an option. It's an option for you to go into the market. You finish purchasing some goods, and the lady has an account number that you can transfer into. And I think that that's really important because there's a lot that this access provides for them. But one trend that we've seen is there's greater adoption of digital payments. There's also greater adoption of the things that I guess come as add-on services to this, which means that a lot of them are saving more. A lot of them are finding ways to, access the kind of tools that they need to grow their business that they may not have had access to if they had just remained cash-based.
And how is this access to digital finance? How is it changing the story for small business owners, for traders, or even micro entrepreneurs?
Yes, so I'd like to share a story. So there's this business owner who uses MoneyPoint, and she had to leave Abuja and move to Lagos because some of her property got seized. And when she moved to Lagos, she wanted a fresh start. And for a lot of people, when they want a fresh start, the default place that they go to is, I need to start a business. And she started to sell, provisions, milk, sugar, biscuits in a small corner shop in the market. And because she started to use MoneyPoint, and moved away from, being primarily cash-based, what this enabled us to do is look into her, transaction history, look at how her business was performing, and then begin to provide her with access to credit that could help her business scale and grow. Now, if she did not have access to a digital financial service, what would happen is maybe her business has been growing for a while and she knows she has the capacity to grow further. But by the time she goes to ask for, credit, she asks for a loan, it's difficult to assess how well her business is doing. And because of this, a lot of them also get caught out of access to credit and other tools that would help them grow. Now, the difference for this woman was because she was using MoneyPoint and we're able to see that, this is a business that is growing. This is a person that has capacity to scale up their earnings. It was possible for us to then say, okay, we can provide this person with access to working capital credit that can give her business a boost. And because of that, she's been able to grow from, having a small shop at the corner to becoming a wholesaler that's able to distribute higher volumes of goods. And this means that, she can take care of her family. It means that she doesn't have to worry about her bills anymore. It also means that potentially she can become an employer of labor, which is a great thing for a lot of these businesses because they impact not just themselves and their families, but other people as well. And this is a similar story that you find across, every local government in Nigeria. Because of access to digital financial services, people are able to, do more for their business and access a whole new world of support that otherwise they may not have seen or had access to. And this means that they can grow and also contribute better to the Nigerian economy, which is, just a great thing overall.
I completely hear you when you say that. But beyond money, what are some of the biggest barriers that keeping people from transitioning into formal, more productive work? If I put that in quotes, more productive work. What are some of those barriers?
Yeah, so some of the barriers that exist include limited skills, education, and access to resources. I think one thing we established earlier is that it's not an intentional thing. A lot of people find themselves in the informal economy as opposed to it being what they actively chose. Now, this means that sometimes it's a consequence of where they were born, the kind of education that they have, the kind of skills that they were able to develop. And when a person needs to choose between making a living and maybe spending time to look for something more productive, as we said in quotes, they're going to find the easiest thing because they need to, keep on living their lives. They need to, keep on taking care of their family, right? I think another thing is that there's this perceived difficulty, right, in terms of what becoming formalized means. So as opposed to truly understanding the process, and I guess also lack of knowledge is part of the problem here. Because they don't understand what the process involves, a lot of them just by default shy away from it. And this means that businesses that could formally operate and employ people, be a source of productive work as we're using it, unfortunately unable to do that, right? I think another thing is financial exclusion, right? A lot of people exist in communities that as yet, unfortunately, don't have access to more formalized banking systems. And the truth is, digital finance is a very important railway to formalization because, as we've said, when a business is able to pay digitally, they become visible in a sense. They have a history. You know how this business is performing. You know how they are functioning, and you are able to make decisions based on that, right? In order to further support them. These are the kind of things that even policymakers and regulators use because, for example, they say, oh, a business that's earning below a certain amount is not meant to pay taxes. The only way for them to ideally know that this is what this business earns is either they, have digital transactions, or maybe they are filing their, their cash-based transactions, right? So access to digital financial services also means that they are able to gain visibility and a good pathway to creating more productive work.
And what are some of the ways that the government and fintech players like MoneyPoint can collaborate to actually create real pathways from hustle to growth?
Yeah, so I believe there is a very important dynamic that exists between, the economy, fintech players, and the government. And on some level, we've seen a lot of progress. We've partnered with the Corporate Affairs Commission, for example, to make business registration easier and seamless. What this means is that a business that uses MoneyPoint can just go on our app, submit their details, and get their business registered with the CAC within the app. What this means is they don't have to think about, how long is this going to take? Was it a complicated process? And can I successfully get this done? By removing those barriers of access, we've been able to enable these people to move their businesses from the informal economy to a state where they become visible and are able to gain access to the kind of support that we need. Another thing is that we've partnered with Smidan last year at the MSME conference, and even this year, we're working on the second edition of our informal economy report. Why that's important for us is we believe that with access to data, policymakers, regulators, investors, other key players in the Nigerian economic space can make the kind of right decisions to support informal businesses. Lack of insight into how these businesses operate is a major problem, is a major hindrance that has made it difficult to support them, has made it difficult to create, real impact and pathways for them to, truly grow. And we believe that by providing access to this data, by making this available and accessible to people in ways that they can interact with and use, is important to ensuring that the informal economy can reach its potential. It can become as impactful, right, to Nigeria's economy as it can be. It's already the way that most people by default want to get into business, want to get into employment. Now imagine that we can just make it easier for them to transition into a state where the government can see them, the government can recognize them. And we believe that, collaborations like this, the one we have with Smidan, the one we have with the CAC, can help to make this a reality for the millions of businesses in Nigeria's informal economy.
Finally, Victory, just before I let you go, if Nigeria is truly to move from a hustle economy to a truly productive one, what's the single most important shift that needs to happen?
Yeah, I think we've touched on it a lot in different ways. But the single most important change I think needs to happen is understanding the informal economy's challenges and solving for it. I believe that it would be important for us to move from a mindset that treats informality exclusively as a problem, but instead tries to understand it and create ways to solve for it in a way that, supports this business and helps their transition. One example for it is that you see a lot of businesses in the informal economy don't have access to credit. The reality for them also, however, is that they access credit in different ways. Some of them have cooperatives that they are saving with, right? Some of them have, and because they're saving with them, they can also borrow from them because these cooperatives understand how they function. They have different, associations and systems that they've built to work for them in their informality, and this has kept them surviving. So I think that as opposed to trying to radically change what exists for them, we can create pathways and, as we've discussed severally, collaborate to ensure that the informal economy's challenges become its greatest opportunities, from key stakeholders to every single person who is in the informal economy, getting them the kind of support that they need, and ensuring that even though the informal economy is still, large, is still invisible, we can move it to a state where we understand what's going on there and we can build solutions that can truly help them.
Right. Thank you very much for joining this morning on The Big Story. Victory Okome-Umo, the Senior Communication Specialist at MoneyPoint. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
This has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team...
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
watching Business Day Television.
You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the social listening segment. This is where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today joining me is it's not Valentine.
It's not Valentine. It's me, Debbie. Deborah Eze.
Wow, interesting stories this morning. Really, a lot of things are happening in the social space. A lot of reactions. A lot of things happen every day.
Yeah.
But today's one caught me, like it has me a little bit concerned. Now, the AIDS Healthcare Foundation has raised fresh alarm over the rising rate of HIV infections among young women. According to the group, every week about 4,000 women between ages 15 and 24 become newly infected with HIV, and over 3,300 of these cases happen in sub-Saharan Africa. AHF Nigeria's advocacy manager, Steve Aboishade, called for more investment in HIV prevention, testing, and treatment, especially for young women and children. Debbie, interestingly, we're both ladies on the show today. I wish we had maybe Valentine or Emil here to hear what you want to say. But really, why do you think a large number of young women are still having these HIV infections despite years of awareness campaigns?
Yeah, because it's actually quite shocking, because one would think that with all the awareness that has been going on, we shouldn't be experiencing a news like this. So I think it's not just about educating anymore, because that phase of educating people that, oh, don't use this person's razor, don't have unprotected sex. I think we are past that now.
We passed it?
Yeah, because it's not helping. Obviously, it's not helping with the awareness. So I think implementation of this awareness should actually like be in place. What am I trying to say? Most the statistics is actually from sub-Saharan African areas, and it's the rural part. Why don't you just let us have more campaigns about this, like active campaigns? Share condoms to people. When I was serving in the NYSC Camp Lagos, they actually shared condoms to the guys, and people were acting so weird, especially the male gender. They were acting so weird, like, oh, why do we need this? Why do we not? For you to say that just educating people is not enough, because if they are educated and it's synced in, you will know that, oh, me giving you a condom prevent so many things. You get what I'm saying? So I think they should actually swing into, like, creating more campaigns for these young girls, because at the end of the day, it's mostly women that actually feel the brunt of this from statistics. It's mostly women. So go to these rural villages, poverty prone areas also. Give them whatever it is that they need. And I think women don't get enough prep. Prep means like preparation on how their body should be, like especially in the rural areas, and what they should not do with their bodies, if it's worth it, if it's not worth it. They don't get all of this. So if we have all of this, I'm sure it would reduce. And also, after peel, when a woman's actually raped, or when you know that your partner actually has HIV, or you're not sure and you're doubting, pills like this are very, very rare to get. You need to know somebody before you can actually access it. So imagine there's a pill where I sleep with someone who is actually HIV infected, and I can take a pill to actually prevent it, but I can't get it because I can't just go over the counter, or if I have to go to the hospital, I have to like answer several questions or be held for so long before I can get the pill. So if all of this, away from having to educate us, there's no one here that would not say right from when they were in primary school, secondary school, they don't know what HIV is, because it's now in the curriculum. They will talk to you about it, but talking alone is obviously not doing it. That's why we have this numbers.
I do agree with you. Just to say that I believe that there needs to be a lot more sensitization. That's what I would say. A lot more sensitization, because it goes beyond sex at the same time, the razors, the clippers, the salon. So many times you'd see they'll just poke one needle, you see blood, you're like, hey, please.
The number of times yes, poked.
Exactly, when you're doing your nails. So I think safety, just more awareness about safety when it comes to health. And on the sex side of things, I think we need to have a more open mind about sex in this part of the world. You know, there's no it's not a bad thing. And I think that needs to be hammered down. So if you in other parts of the world, for instance in South Africa, you'd see that in the what's it called, the restrooms, there are female condoms there. So, and it's just normal. Nobody's like, these people here are bad. So I think we need to embrace things like that. Even in Nigeria, it just becomes a normal thing, because when we're talking about condoms, many times we're talking about, I mean, like you were mentioning the NYSC, you were saying that it was shared to the men. But that's always the problem that we have, and that's why you are seeing the women not having
what a female condom looks
like. So you see, that's a problem, because it's only men, and then women, it's like if you as a woman have, it's like, this person is, wow, she's in this trenchy, she's spoiled. But it shouldn't be. So like I'm saying, like when you walk, I walked in lots of restrooms in SA, you just see on a shelf, you just see, nicely, it's not like it's put in a way that's like forbidding. It's put in a very attractive manner that you feel like it's normal. Like if I walk into your house, the way you make me feel welcome, like, so that's how it is. It's not put like in one corner that you're like, how was that thing? It's put, red flowers and everything, so people just feel like, I can take this thing, if I need to make use of it, I make use of it. But here it's not even, you see the way the men are doing, and they are sharing, and then women are if you even say, you can't even bring it for women. So we need to be much more open, open towards speaking about sex, safe sex, and all of these things, if you're not abstaining, because that's also one thing that another way to just all the more just avoid any of all these infections. So there's that. So more sensitization should certainly be done for us to prevent these numbers that we're seeing. But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. There's always, I imagine that lots of people are saying all sort of things. Tantum Honest says they think it's a flex to bed all the girls, but little do they know that it is death sentence on them. Many are HIV positive. About 132 Nigerians are living with the virus. Oof, that's scary to hear, actually. Isaiah_Eda 18155 says the government needs to bring back the media campaigns exactly to drive fear into them. These Jeezys know nothing about HIV. That's the Gen Zs. I remember there was a point. Okay.
I disagree.
No, but seriously, there was a time when, I mean, in like 2000 or something, when it was a thing. Like every time it was even putting fear into you, that so you're being very careful. In fact, you want to share a spoon. Someone that will not say, no, it's not passed through spoons now, because you want to share it. It was very on your TV, but unfortunately now we have TikTok, we have everything, but what are we even talking about? We're not passing the right information, the things people need to know. And that's why it's important to see this news today. It's important that we're talking about it today, so that it comes back, as the media, it comes back to the forefront.
From the concept of the Gen Zs understand what this sickness is, and because there is an understanding of what it is, unlike older people in the 2000, they understand that, okay, this can be prevented like this. If you do this, now people with HIV, they come on TikTok and be like, I'm living with HIV. These are my drugs. This is what I use to like go by the day. So don't you think the Gen Zs are seeing, they're like, okay, if I don't do this, it's not going to happen to me?
I don't think so. I mean,
I think that's what it is.
I don't think so. I think I agree with that commenter that says that many people
know what HIV is.
Mrs. Speaker, I feel like there is no enough. It's not, the awareness isn't as as much as we used to have it. I hear you when you say TikTok. When this person says I'm coming, but that does not mean that many people are aware. Do you think that means that many people are aware?
Like I said, many people are aware, but they don't really know what to do. Like we don't have like enough health services programs that actually push what we know. Like so many people know how to cook. Let me use this. You know how to cook, but do you know how to diversify without being just basic? So you know the basic information. How do you stop it. That's why I said we need more campaign. We need more health service, campaign where you can actively
more media campaigns as well,
so people can know. The educational system, they're really doing good, I must say. I'll give it to them, because they start teaching you what HIV is from primary school all the way to secondary school.
I don't think they're doing enough.
I think they have, because if it's part of that's like only what they can do. If it's part of the curriculum and you have clubs that actually talk about these things, the health club, social club, they get to talk about these things, because I still have siblings, in secondary school. So they actually they're doing great. But it's not just about letting people know that, okay, don't use this razor, don't use this, don't sleep with this person. It's not just about that. I think we should have active campaign. You and I know what campaigns can do, what it can change. It can turn an ordinary information into something very big. So if we can have these campaigns, I'm sure the level of infection would actually reduce.
All right, let's see the last two comments and see how more people reacted to this conversation on social media. Vishal Tech Zone says, this is truly alarming news. We need to raise awareness and provide better education about prevention methods. It's crucial that we support initiatives aimed at helping young women stay safe and informed. Let's work together to change this narrative. That's why I said that's why I'm really all for female condoms. Let them become a thing. Even I want to say even in churches, but I mean, let nobody come and, but seriously, just everywhere, it should be in companies. That's how it's done in other places, in offices. You enter a restroom, you're just seeing it there, because the truth is things are happening. So why are we just deceiving ourselves? Emmanuel Isijola says, the rate is increasing, but the dread is decreasing. People no longer are afraid as it was when it was first introduced. And that's the truth. I remember then they say, hey, HIV. Personally, I know a couple people, that, living with it. And it's crazy because, I say they're not, it's when you see the journey of how they are living with it, it's a lot. So it's something to just avoid, because aside from the monetary side of things, it's also the mental side of things, the emotional side of things, so that there are just different layers to it. So one must just stay careful. I know they say we can never be careful enough, but so let's just do our part.
When it comes to HIV, we can be careful.
You think?
I think, because like I said, I know how many times I get poked. I make sure that I go my own cortical equipment. I make sure that there is no form of accident. And also when it comes to the main part, that's sex, because that's the fastest infectious model. So when it comes to that, I make sure that we have to be both, accountable partners before we can actually not really check. I have to know that, okay, you're not going to be messing around, I'm not going to be messing around.
Right.
Yeah, for me to okay, now be so vulnerable. So I think when it comes to infection, you can actually be careful.
But when you talk about the sex part, oftentimes it's lovely that we're having this conversation, even though it's also feeling like it's a morning show. So usually you're you try to be aware of conversations like this in the morning. But just very quickly, so before we move on, many times people meet partners, and it's not every time that people are like, okay, before we start anything, let's go and do a check. Let's just so you're sure, because you talked about being accountable, but that's already when you're in it. When you meet the person, many times people don't have that time to start saying, I need to be, because you don't know the history.
You need to have the time. Ask the right questions.
No, you can ask the questions and you don't get the right answers. People lie.
I will sue you.
Exactly. But you don't know. So people lie. So how many people have the time to say, okay, you know what? Before we start anything, let's check. People don't do that. So what if they're lying? Things are happening. This is Lagos.
Maybe not
This is Lagos. Anyway, let's move on now to the Federal Capital Territory, where Police Command says it has arrested 12 suspects linked to the killing of Arise News anchor Somtochukwu Maduagu and a security guard named Barnabas Danlami during a robbery in Abuja. Police said the suspects were captured after an operation led by the Scorpion Squad using forensic tracking. One of the suspects, Sani Sirajo, reportedly told police he tried to stop Somto from jumping off the 3-story building but couldn't hold her weight. Now, the suspect allegedly shared 200,000 naira stolen each from each from the stolen money after the attack. Recovered were from the suspects were guns, ammunition, phones, and other stolen items. The police say the suspects have confessed and will face prosecution after investigations. Now, that's the conversation today, but kudos to the police. But, you know, when I saw the part, I had to sigh when I saw them saying they shared 200,000. I'm like, look, this is just poverty speaking, because really, how many people are we talking about here? They're talking about 12 people that were arrested, and they even said, I think in total, if I recall, I think they were talking about, I think they said that building was
A 3-story building?
Yes, the amount of robbers that attacked.
Okay.
I think they had mentioned 14 or so. So if we're saying that 12 of them shared, wait, just to be sure, the suspect allegedly shared 200,000 each from the stolen money. So I'm just wondering, this 200,000, what can it do that, you know, people
take someone's life?
I hope I'm not speaking from the place of privilege, but really I just don't think that there's any reason to, I don't think that illegalities or immoralities or criminal acts, yes, that's the word. I don't think criminal acts can ever be condoned for whatever reason, because people are going through a lot. We are going through a lot. I'm sure you are going through stuff. I'm going through. People are going through a lot. So I don't believe in people resorting to criminal activities because they feel like, oh, if you know what they happen, I guys do this thing. No, I don't believe. You know when Rema said, because I won't feed in my family, now I make my brother laptop. I don't believe it. I love Rema a lot, but I'm like, why would you steal your brother's laptop because you want to feed your family? But really, I don't. That's just me. I don't think that there's any time to condone criminal activity. We sing that song, I vibe to it, but I'm like, when I'm saying, like, no,
you shouldn't do that.
No, why would you steal your brother's laptop? It's not funny, really.
Yeah,
It's
I
actually
totally
not funny.
agree, because taking someone's life because you're going to get 200,000 naira cut does not make sense. But what, you know, when we actually, away from, you know, the criminals, because I have nothing to say to them. I really hope they face the law and get punished, you know, for taking someone's life, because this news actually hits close to home. We totally understand what it means, and it just shows that the life of I don't know what they were thinking before, because from the reports we got yesterday, it wasn't like it was because she fell from the 3-story building. That was why she died. Apparently she actually had like altercation with the said robbers from the report yesterday. So I think what we should do, I do not push for state policing. I actually do not really push for it. I think community policing is actually better. We should move away from the local vigilantes that actually, you know, take care of the community.
We should move away.
Yes, I think community policing, because if
you said we should move away from vigilantes.
Yes, how many vigilantes do we have sometimes in the community? Sometimes we just have like 2 going to like 3 different.
I think vigilantes are doing an excellent
I'm not
job.
saying they're not doing a great job. I'm saying now I think we need community policing. When we have community policing, we have more people at night taking care of the community. Sometimes you only have how many vigilantes do we have? Because it's just the community coming together to, like, you know, pay 2 people to actually like watch the streets. Sometimes it's not enough. So instead of us pushing for state policing, we should actually think about community policing. Just think about it. If we do have like a community policing, I don't think there'll be room for us to still be facing house robbery attacks.
Right. So here's the thing: in the neighborhood where this thing happened, which I believe was Katampe, it's a very secure neighborhood. The police all around, but this still happened. We saw from the news. The police, when they had even called on them, when they even came, when they were even trying to rush her to the hospital, the police said they did not have fuel in their vehicle. But what I have seen is that if you're making a call or making a case for us to have more vigilantes, that's the more local form of security, and we have many more of them, I will say thumbs up.
We should.
Because I've seen, like we say every time when we go to different countries, conferences, they will say we need to start creating African solutions for African problems. I've seen that the vigilante method works more than the police method. If you are saying we need more of these vigilantes, I would agree, because the truth is they understand these vigilantes. It's like the way a family member understands this community is different from deploying this police or come and do. It's like if I'm a family member, I believe I should understand how these things work. There's this form of respect, you know. They use localized methods. You're coming and it's like, oh, who is that? All of this. It's different from police. I don't have issues with police, but I believe that local vigilantes do a better job for communities than even the police. That's
I still think we should actually look into having community policing. It sits better with me. I think we actually have more less robbery attacks. It worked for the area where I come from. We used to have lots of robbery attacks, and I'm not joking. But ever since we had to beg I don't know how they put their districts. It was like, okay, see, we need you to deploy police to this area. It has drastically reduced. So I think the vigilance method, like I said, it works, but it can't cut across to so many streets at the same time. Imagine having 4 gated estates in a particular place. How many vigilantes would you want to deploy?
And you know what's funny about this situation and why I just feel like it's not a case of even police or vigilante, because that area was well guarded by police.
It's actually very
so it's well guarded by police, and this still happened. So what are we saying? So because when you have localized people within, they are rugged. It's that rugged factor. When we say African, so now let's Nigerianize it. We need to create Nigerian solutions for Nigerian problems. Like, they are rugged. They're not saying, oh, our boss is. How do we need to? You know, those some things when you use localized process, it works more than me. I'm saying I'm still doing. Okay, please, can we do? So I'm just saying, but yeah, that's that for that. Let's see if we can read a little bit of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Miss Jolofina says, kudos to the police, even though they wouldn't have acted promptly if it wasn't on TV. That's the comment from Jolofina. Do we have more reactions? Hanzo says, as usual, police will arrest innocent people who know nothing about it, as they have done before. You see, people don't have belief in the police. Do we have one more reaction? Biggs Man says, that's good. Our Nigerian police are doing great work now. We're supposed to love them at this point. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, because
so because of 200k each, this beautiful lady lost her life. That's even my point. Like, what's 200k? Within you blink and it's finished. It's lunch money, to be honest, in some cases. But yes, like I said.
But let's give the police the benefit of doubt. The fact that the Scorpion Squad were actually the ones deployed to do this, I want to believe that the information is actually accurate. The information from the investigation is actually accurate.
Wow. Yeah. Shout out to Scorpion Squad for doing a great job. We hope that we'll keep getting justice for men and women who happen to be victims of unfortunate circumstances, and may God continue to keep us safe. Well, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We hope you enjoyed the show, from the headlines to, of course, the paper review to the business morning, as well as the big story, and now to social listening. We hope you have a wonderful weekend. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And my name is Deborah Ize.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into happenings in the economy as well as in the market. So we're starting off with a conversation around a particular platform built to help easy access to data, stock market data in Nigeria. So let's look at this way for quite a number of Nigerians. For people who interact with this show, the stock market is not a distant feature. It's something that you probably interact with maybe daily, weekly. You interact with it more times than an average Nigerian. This is because for an average Nigerian, the stock market is like a distant thing. Not because people don't care, but because for a number of people, they don't know where to begin. For decades, we've had this issue where access to reliable and real-time market data is locked behind some layers of jargon, how people have to deal with end-of-day information. There are quite a number of factors like slow systems that affect access to data, and sometimes the platforms are even inaccessible. This problem has quietly shaped the Nigeria's investment culture. So while we have millions of Nigerians trading crypto, we have some even going as far as trading foreign stocks with just a few clicks or a few taps on their phones. We have only a fraction of Nigerian adults, that is less than 5%, and of that 5%, we discover that quite the majority of them are in the Gen X to the boomers generation. We don't have a lot of younger people trading shares on the Nigerian exchange. The rest, they are left watching from the sidelines. Some are curious, but there's this feeling of disconnect, and this is because information is supposed to bridge that gap. Information is supposed to be the bridge between the curiosity part and actually causing participation. But for Nigeria's capital market, we've not really seen solutions that can help us bridge that gap, and investors may not be able to find out what happened yesterday, what's happening right now. Investors will be able to find out what happened yesterday, but what's happening right now is not something that's really hitting them all the time. Prices, volumes, market moves, they usually arrive quite a little too late to act on. And for a generation that is feeding on information like social media, feeding on information and like updated information, live feeds, that delay often feels like quite a lifetime. So that's one of the gaps that we saw two young innovators, Elijah Saulu and Joel Olawanle, trying to fix. These two computer science graduates, they saw a digital economy booming everywhere, but in their own local stock market. Their insight was simple. People can't invest in what they don't understand, and they can't understand what they can't see. So they decided to change that and they are doing it with data. We would hear from the both of them on how they are doing it, how they started, and how they are helping Nigerians reimagine access to stock market information. On the show this morning, I have Elijah Saolu and Joel Olawanle, who are the developers of NGN Market. Good morning to you both.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, how you doing?
Great. How are you?
Your voices are quite low. If you can.
Oh.
Okay, so I'll start with Elijah. So let's start from the beginning. Tell me a little bit about yourselves. How did the both of you meet, and basically what drew you to computer science?
Hi everyone. My name is Elijah Shaulu. I'm a software engineer and a technical writer. So that means aside from writing code, I also write technical articles, teaching people how to write code. So how did what motivated me to computer science? So I would see my brother, right? So like when I was way, way younger, I did not have any idea of how this tech thing works. So I used to think computer scientists are, those people that work in a cyber cafe, right? But yeah, there was this one time, like while I was just starting to write, when I wanted to write my jam. So I had this conversation with my brother. So that was when he explained what computer science is to me, right? So he said I would be able to build my own game, I'll be able to create robots and all of those interesting things. So that was what motivated me to, oh, I want to do this thing. I also want to write code. I want to build stuff, right? So that was what motivated me to computer science. And how Joel and I met, funny enough, we did not meet in, say, like the classroom, right? So when we were in 100 level, the both of us, we joined this community, that was the inventors community. So that was kind of where we met. I think maybe our first day or second day in class. For like the shared love that we have for tech. So I think they gave us a classwork or something that I don't. It's kind of all falls now. But yeah, that was where we met, right? We met in a tech community that was in inventors. So Joe would speak more on this as well. Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Is my voice loud?
Yeah. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, my name is Joel Olawanle. Yeah, same a software engineer and a technical writer. Yeah, same like Elijah. We both graduated from Olusegun Agago University of Science and Technology. Yeah, like Elijah said, we both met in not basically in the classroom, but in 100 level. There's a group community, Ventures Developers Community. They brought us, so they came to class and told us if you like to learn how to code, all of those things, and that was where. So we all gathered in like a computer lab, and they were like this our seniors in 500 level were like teaching us how to code for free and all of those things, right? And I think it was in our second class they gave us an assignment to build a web page, and that was like how we met, and since then like we've been learning to code together and all of that, right? Yeah.
So the question I have is, what when you were growing up, did either of you ever imagine working in finance or building something related to the stock market? Is this something that ever crossed your mind?
Okay, not really, to be honest. Not really. So I mean, when we just started writing code and all in the past, so I've built I would not call them fintech apps, right? Because you cannot transfer money and all that. We have built, like I personally now, I've built these applications where you could say buy data, buy airtime, and do just some basic things. But I never really imagined myself working in, say, fintech, to be honest, right? So,
but that was fintech on its own.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I agree, but yeah. So that was fintech.
How about you, Joel? Did you ever think of building something related to the stock market?
Not really, actually. I like the whole idea around the open tech. I like the simplicity new tools are bringing nowadays, but not really. I've not like basically my own. I've really been more drawn to teaching people how to code.
making materials available online, communities, and also data. Yeah, so all of those things, but not really the Nigerian fintech market, right?
So the question I want to ask, you basically described how you've basically described how the university has influenced your interest. You talked about how you learned how to code, or you started coding from your university environment. But was there anything in that environment? So, for you graduated from the Olusegun Agagu University of Science and Technology in Okitipupa, yes. Was there anything in that environment that basically shaped your interest in technology and innovation? Did that experience basically influence your interest in technology and innovation? Did you have anything that you could point to and say this was like it piqued my interest in a way?
Okay. For me, I don't know. I would say we were lucky to be mentored by some people that kind of had the exposure, right? So, like I mentioned earlier, and like Joe said also, so we joined this community that was the inventors community, right? So this our seniors then they were teaching us and they were kind of exposed. So they would show us what was happening in the world. It was like we were not that exposed to things then, right? So they would show us that, oh, see what people are building, see how big people are making it, right? So all of that kind of drove our interest. And I think we've also had like this, I mean, apart from say building favor, money and all of those, right? So we wanted to build like solutions, right? Working on things that would make it make people life better, right? So they would show us all of those things, show us what people are building, and all of those would motivate us. And yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I won't say the environment, because funny enough, I think it's our drive basically, because the where we schooled didn't really have the amenities that would really want to support you as a developer, right? So we had like this very strong drive. Yeah.
Let's talk about NGN markets. How did the idea come about? What brought that idea to you guys?
Okay. So I mean, we both um, we have trading experience, right? Like Joel and I. So we've traded we've bought Nigerian stocks. I mean, not that much, but yeah, we've tried to hustle our way to buy some stock. We've traded US stocks. We've traded crypto in the past. But yeah, like you would agree, the Nigerian stock data is messed up, right? And yeah, my brother also, like I think he faced a similar this thing, similar issue. He had the same experience. So there was this one day he reached out to me. That's Mr. Kolawole Ashaolu. So he called me that, oh, would it not be nice to have a platform, where people can go to and see that, oh, this is how the Nigerian stock is performing. This is what this one means. This is how you can get started. All of those, right? So that was what made the idea basically. That was how the whole thing came about.
So in so while we were speaking earlier, you mentioned something around a period of renewed buzz. But now let me ask, before you built the platform, were you trading stocks? Were you trading Nigerian stocks specifically?
I mean, not as much, but yeah, like a bit, small thing here, small thing there, like not as much. Because we did not understand how the whole things work. So it's just like you're putting your money in to like a black box or something. We don't understand how it works. So just doing it for like the love of the game.
So in other words, you were not really familiar with the market and how it worked.
Exactly.
So when your brother came up with the idea and he shared the idea to you, what was it about it that made you say, okay, this is worth building, this is something that we can dedicate our efforts to, even though we are not going to probably see returns from it?
Okay, so this is an issue that I've experienced myself. I don't understand how this thing works. So now I have the opportunity to like fix that solution, fix that problem for other people. So the thing just it got my attention like immediately because it's just made sense, right? Oh, build a platform where people can see how the Nigerian stock is structured and how it is performing. So I think that same day or like a day or two later, that was when like we started working on it like immediately. So I told Joel about it, and we just started building something.
Okay, Joel, you have something to say?
Yes, and yeah, when we go on Twitter, we see see people say, oh, they bought this stock, and then within 1 year, we're seeing like 100x increase. And like it sparked our, so that was what led us to even start like buying little stock, and then we saw the whole complexity in the structure of the stock market. But it was when Elijah's brother brought the idea, like that was when the whole interest now sparked. Yeah.
So why do you guys think, Joel, why do you think information about the Nigerian stock market feels inaccessible to everyday people? So what do you think is about it that basically makes that barrier exist?
I think that's a very good question. But like, yeah, I think when you go online and you say, oh, you want to like see historical data, because I think before you make purchase about a certain thing, say I want to buy Bitcoin or something, I would like to see historical data. I would like to see what people are saying. I would like to see people's opinion. I would like to like read the news and all of those things. And I think what has helped the crypto market and all of those things is you can easily go somewhere. For example, I know if I go to Coin Market Cap, I get to like click on a particular coin, I get to like compare it, I get to like see what people are saying, I get to like see historical data. But for the Nigerian stock market, I just some sites are trying to come up, but it's not clean. It's not detailed. It's not in one place, all of those kind of things. So I think those are like the complexities around it. And I think many solutions are trying to come up, but some are gated, some, yeah. So those, I think, I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah. So Elijah, once you identified a problem, this is an existing problem, what were the first steps you took in developing a solution for the problem?
Okay, so the first thing we did was we tried to understand how the existing systems worked, right? And where they fell apart. Okay, this is what they are not doing well. This is what we can incorporate in our own system. This is how we can do better, right? So we kind of try to compare existing solutions that worked, but like not for stock now, existing solutions that worked for say maybe crypto, right? And where the NGX stock, like what it is not doing really well. So we kind of took that and bring things together to build our own platform, to be like a very intuitive platform.
Okay, and did you face any technical challenges during the course of building the platform?
Not any serious technical challenge per se, because we have the experience. So
okay, that means you guys are like some kind of software geniuses.
I mean, not to brag, but we know our stuff.
It's okay. No, after launching the platform, let's talk about feedback. Let's talk about how did people receive the products that you've built? How was the feedback like?
It was crazy. It was really crazy. So when we wanted to make a post about the platform, we were just expecting maybe 1 to 3 people to say like it and just pass, right? Say, oh, this is nice. Like the first post we made on both LinkedIn and Twitter, like it's blew our mind, to be honest. Like hundreds of people were commenting that, oh, this is long overdue. This type of thing should have existed like way before now, and receiving praises here and there. So it was kind of overwhelming, and that motivated us to like even do more to this thing, right?
So what kind of what was your user data like? Are you seeing good traction? Are you receiving good traction?
Yeah. I think on the first 7 days we saw over 7,000 views, and I think what really spiked like what really surprised us was, there's a difference between people just viewing your site and people engaging with the platform. So we're seeing like 6 minutes average engagement time, which is like really a lot, because that means people are not just coming and going, but they are like engaging, they are clicking on stuff, they are going to other pages, and that's like what assured us that like people are really interested in this kind of stuff and it's long overdue.
So now the question is, what are your plans for the future going forward? What do you want to, what's the way forward now?
Going forward, we want to add like some more elements that would make it more easier for people to like understand the market. So one thing that we are looking to ship and some things that we've even shipped already is say adding stuff like a compare future, like compare one stock with another. Um there is this popular element in crypto analysis platform now. Say something like an EAT map, right? You
Okay.
would see like a bubble or it tells showing from like red to green, showing how bullish the market is or how bearish it is. So we are looking to add some of those things. Then we're also working on incorporating like blog posts, right? So writing posts that, oh, if you want to start investing in the Nigerian stock market, this is how you start. So incorporating all of those, and we have like a lot of big plans to that we cannot disclose for like obvious reasons.
No
Like
problem.
in terms of its expansion. Or yeah, we're just getting started. We're just getting
Okay,
started.
I wish you all the best. Elijah Saulu and Joel Olawale, I wish you the very best going forward.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And that's all we can take from that particular section where we just spoke to two founders, two young Nigerians who are trying to help Nigerians ease access to stock market information. And after the break, we're going to return with market update as well as business news making the rounds. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back to Economy and Market, and we kick off business news. First of all, we see Green Energy unveils Nigeria's first $400 million indigenous crude export terminal. So, Green Energy International Limited has unveiled the Otakikpo onshore crude oil export terminal, which is a $400 million milestone project celebrated as Nigeria's first wholly indigenous onshore crude export terminal. The announcement, which was made by Oluveihen, who is the special advisor to the President on Energy, through her official X page on Wednesday, she congratulated Professor Anthony Adegbulugbe, who is the former special advisor on Energy to President Olusegun Obasanjo, describing the achievement as a testament to visionary leadership and Nigeria's capacity to deliver world-class energy infrastructure. Speaking at the inauguration, President Bola Tinubu, represented by Heineken Lokobiri, who is the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, hailed the project as a major milestone that aligns with his administration's renewed hope agenda. He emphasized that the facility underscores Nigeria's commitment to expanding energy infrastructure, deepening indigenous participation, and strengthening national energy security. President Tinubu reaffirmed the continuous importance of hydrocarbons to Nigeria's economy, citing the International Energy Agency projection that the world must invest over $540 billion annually in the upstream sector to prevent a global energy crisis. He noted, "Oil and gas will never go away. We cannot abandon our God-given resources." The president further disclosed that the federal government is currently engaging with Ogoni leaders to resolve long-standing disputes that have hindered oil production in the region, reinforcing government efforts to ensure stability and growth in Nigeria's oil sector. Then we'll move to a Money Point report that says that 42% of informal workers lack 1 month saving. A new study by Moneypoint Microfinance Bank has revealed that 42% of Nigeria's informal sector operators lack enough savings to survive beyond 1 month without income. The report that was supported by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, as well as the Small and Medium Scale Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, will be launched on October 17 in Abuja. Moneypoint's Marketing Managing Director, Babatunde Olofin, said that the findings aim to guide policymakers and financial institutions in developing targeted interventions for small business owners. He described the informal economy as the backbone of Nigeria's workforce, accounting for over 80% of employment and significant GDP contribution. After the break, we are returning with updates from market from yesterday. Stay with us. Market update from yesterday shows that Dangote Cement was the top traded stock in terms of value, with over 11 billion worth of shares, Dangote Cement shares traded yesterday, as the all-share index has hit the 146,000 mark for the second time this year, and it's now up 42% year to date. The Nigerian stock market extended its positive momentum yesterday as investors continued to position across key sectors. The all-share index rose by 0.33% to close at 146,204.34 points, the second time it ever hit the 146,000 mark this year, the first time being August 15. Market capitalization has increased to 92.798 trillion, up at 92.8 trillion naira, and so far we have seen the market year to date gain 42.05%. Total trading volume from yesterday was 346.99 million shares in deals worth around 27.43 billion naira. Among the top gainers of yesterday, we saw Unicel with a 10% gain, Unicel Interlinked PLC with a 10% gain to close at a share price of 44 naira. Then also Carverton gained 10%. Carverton Offshore gained 10% to close at a share price of 6 naira 92 kobo. They were followed by Sunu Assurances that gained 9.90% to close at a share price of 5 naira 77 kobo. Industrial and Medical Gases PLC gained 9.10% to follow suit with a share price of 35 naira 95 kobo. Then Micure is also up and up for the last 1 month. It gained 8.81% to close at the share price of 28 naira 40 kobo. And on the flip side, what do we have on the flip side? We see that FTN Cocoa is led the losers yesterday, falling by 6.67% to close at the share price of 5 naira 60 kobo. Tantalizers down by 3.35% to close at a share price of 2 naira 31 kobo. Fidelity Bank down by 2.38% to close at a share price of 20 naira 50 kobo. PZ Cousins down by 2.18% to close at the share price of 38 naira 15 kobo, and Veritas Capital Assurances also down by about 1.9% to round up the top 5 losers of yesterday. Now, most actively traded stocks in terms of volume, we see Fidelity Bank leading trade with 42 million shares in deals worth about 861.5 million naira, followed by Dangote Cement 20.9 million shares in deals worth about 11 billion naira. Sterling Holdco traded 19.822 million shares in deals worth around 162.9 million naira. Jais Bank 19.487 million shares in deals worth about 85.3 million naira. Then Charms Holdco also 17.69 million shares in deals worth about 76.984 million naira. Across the global markets, the US indices closed mixed. The Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped by 0.52%, while the S&P 500 down by 0.28%, and the Nasdaq also down by 0.08% from yesterday. In Asia, we saw Japan's Nikkei 225 gain 1.77%, while the Hong Kong Hang Seng Index dipped by 0.29%. The Kospi market has remained closed since the 2nd of October. Then let's move on to the European market, where sentiments were largely muted. The FTSE 100 lost 0.41%. The CAC 40 shed 0.23%, while the Germany's DAX index inched up by 0.06%. On the currency front, the Naira traded yesterday 1,485 Naira to the US dollar, 1,717 Naira to the Euros, and 1,975 Naira to the pound sterling. And that's all we can take on economy and markets for today. Thank you for staying with us. Have a lovely day. I'm David Oluchi.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
The dinner for today for us to really discuss esteem as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, strengthening stakeholder collaboration in construction, demolition and disaster waste management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their site to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people just used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it's not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very high-end, high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with LOMA, and then LOMA has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform LOMA that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is writing, it's all preaching about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there's quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste to conduct their activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other thing is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Road is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Whiskey to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with there is a resource for another usage. Can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal peace, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, we use our scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with Loma actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of Loma to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals, ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is in a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that not properly disposed of, it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from Loma. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that. Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you listen to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. Kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? Yeah. But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not unionized when you say all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and The panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power, it's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste, the waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Acien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
Business hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by Business Day, KPNG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of Business Day, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the bdtv News at Noon. I am Glory Brown. It's a pleasure to have you join us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. National Assembly probes NNPCL over $18 billion refineries spending. ASU dismisses federal government last-minute plea. Strike to start October 13th. Emefiele court admits WhatsApp chats as evidence in $4.5 billion fraud trial. Asian stocks fall on AI bubble fears, US shutdown. Nigerians World Cup hopes on the line today, kickoff time. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the House of Representatives on Thursday mandated its relevant committees to investigate the non-functionality of state-owned petroleum refineries in Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna, despite the use of about $18 billion for their rehabilitation in the past 2 decades. The resolution of the House followed the consideration and adoption of a motion moved by the Lagos lawmaker Oluseun Wingan during a plenary section presided over by the Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu. According to the report, the federal government owns 4 petroleum refineries in Port Harcourt with 2 plants and a plant each in Warri and Kaduna. Managed by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, the refineries have suffered from perennial rot owing to factors ranging from poor administration and vandalism, a development that has left the nation with no option but to rely on imported refined products. And moving on, the Academic Staff Union of Universities has rejected the federal government's last-minute appeal to halt its planned warning strike scheduled to begin on October 13th, describing the intervention as a little too late. ASU President Chris Piwuna revealed this on Thursday during a live TV appearance, accusing the government of neglecting the union's long-standing demands despite multiple opportunities to engage. Piwuna criticized the Ministry of Education for what it described as its habitual delay in addressing critical issues affecting universities' lecturers. The president revealed that after a meeting held in Sokoto weeks ago, the union had given the government 3 weeks window to address its grievances, lamenting that there was no form of communication or effort from the government within the period. And still on, an Ikeja Special Offences Court has admitted into evidence a WhatsApp conversation presented by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, which allegedly implicates former Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele in a $4.5 billion fraud and abuse of office case. Justice Rahman Oshodi overruled objections raised by the defense and accepted the WhatsApp messages as Exhibit G. According to reports, several mobile phones were also admitted into evidence, including one belonging to a key witness, John Adeola. Emefiele is currently facing a 90-count charge related to receiving gratification and making corrupt demands, which his co-defendant, Erin Omoyele, faces 3 counts for lawful acceptance of gifts. Also, the government and the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria have reaffirmed commitment to addressing bottlenecks in Nigeria's export sector, fixing the export expansion grant scheme and promoting non-oil trade as a key driver of the country's economic growth and development. Speaking at the annual general meeting and public discourse of the Manufacturers Association of Nigerian Export Promotion Group held in Lagos, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jomoke Oduwole, said the government was determined to resolve the long-standing challenges affecting exporters, particularly those related to the EEG scheme. Oduwole, represented by the Assistant Chief Commercial Officer in the Federal Trade Ministry, Ajara Usman, revealed that the ministry was fully aware of the difficulties confronting exporters and currently working with the private sector to find lasting solutions. And still on the local news, MoneyPoint Microfinance Bank has revealed that 42% of Nigerian small businesses cannot survive for a month without income. The bank, in a statement on Thursday, revealed that the report highlighted the fragile financial position of small businesses employing a large share of Nigerians. According to the bank, the informal economic report scheduled for release today also received support from the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment and the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria. To end the local news, Islamic State of West African province attacked a military base and many soldiers were found dead in Kanga local government area of Borno State today. According to reports, the terrorist group stormed the military Supreme Super Camp in Ngamudu along Maduguri to Damaturu Highway at about 2 a.m., opening fire on soldiers on duty. The report also revealed the military force has blocked Maduguri to Damaturu following the attack, adding that the wounded soldiers have been conveyed to Damaturu Specialist Hospital for immediate medical treatment. Let's go on a quick break now. Stay with us. When we return, we'll bring you the foreign news and details. Don't go nowhere.
Meet Monaco Solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monaco, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Welcome back. It's still the news at noon on the Business Day television. And on the foreign scene, Asia equities staggered into the weekend on Friday, following a mixed week that saw an agreement on the Middle East ceasefire and a huge new AI investment playoff against the U.S. shutdown and concerns about a tech bubble. While some markets hit record highs along with gold and Bitcoin, talk is growing that valuation among some companies may have run too high, sparking talk of a pullback. Buying sentiment reportedly got another boost this week from news that ChatGPT maker OpenAI has signed multiple billion-dollar chip deals with Southern Korean titans Samsung as well as US firm AMD. The spending added to the hundreds of billions already pumped into the sector as firms looked to get ahead in the sphere of artificial intelligence. Also, the Israeli military has said that the ceasefire agreement has come into effect as troops have now retreated to the deployment lines agreed upon. In a statement released on Telegram, the IDF says troops began positioning themselves along the updated deployment line from midday local time. The statement added that the IDF troops in the Southern Command are deployed in the areas and will continue to remove any immediate threat. The report also shows that the IDF now has a 53% control of the Strip as most of the areas fall outside urban zones. And now to sport, all eyes are on the new Peter Mokaba Stadium, South Africa today as the Super Eagles lock arms with the Crocodiles of Lesotho in what promises to be a last chance match for Nigerians in the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. The Super Eagles were almost certain to miss out on consecutive World Cup finals after their September 1-1 draw against South Africa's Bafana Bafana. The Super Eagles were handed a lifeline when South Africa were docked points for fielding an eligible player, narrowing the gap at the top of Group C. The ruling left Nigeria's 3-point adrift of Benin and South Africa with 2 games remaining, reshaping the qualifications race and keeping Nigerians' hope alive. To end the news, fans planning to attend the 2026 FIFA World Cup will brace for record-breaking expenses as ticket prices for the tournament in the United States, Mexico, and Canada have soared to unprecedented levels. The 2026 World Cup, featuring 48 teams across 3 host nations, is shaping up to be the most expensive World Cup in history. FIFA's new introduced dynamics pricing system used for the first time at the World Cup has triggered sharp price hikes just days after the ticket sales opened. According to report, ticket prices surged within days for the first sales window as the round of 16 match at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey categorically one ticket rose from $895 to $935 before climbing further to $980. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day TV News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for staying with us. Stay tuned and keep watching Business Day Television.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move.
Praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMSI into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, her impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMSI, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, you know, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, you know, on this day. A famous person said, you know, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, you know, tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and you know they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN-auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself three questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with two keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you give it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was: a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity. viewers, and welcome back to Today in History, right here on Business Day television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 10th. On this day in 1962, the Second Vatican Council, announced by Pope John XXIII in 1959, was opened. It lasted for 3 years and remains a symbol of the Church's readiness to adapt to modern life. And on this day in 1973, Vice President Spiro T. Agnew resigned from office and pleaded no contest to the charge of failing to report a $29,500 in income while governor in Maryland. Finally, on this day in 2002, the U.S. Congress passed a bill by a wide margin granting U.S. President George Bush broad authority to use force against Iraq, as Bush and his administration continued to make the case for what became the Iraq War. And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History, right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV. Viewers, and welcome back to Today in History, right here on Business Day television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 10th. On this day in 1962, the Second Vatican Council, announced by Pope John XXIII in 1959, was opened. It lasted for 3 years and remains a symbol of the Church's readiness to adapt to modern life. And on this day in 1973, Vice President Spiro T. Agnew resigned from office and pleaded no contest to the charge of failing to report a $29,500 in income while governor in Maryland. Finally, on this day in 2002, the U.S. Congress passed a bill by a wide margin granting U.S. President George Bush broad authority to use force against Iraq, as Bush and his administration continued to make the case for what became the Iraq War. And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History, right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV. Viewers, and welcome back to Today in History, right here on Business Day television, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, October 10th. On this day in 1962, the Second Vatican Council, announced by Pope John XXIII in 1959, was opened. It lasted for 3 years and remains a symbol of the Church's readiness to adapt to modern life. And on this day in 1973, Vice President Spiro T. Agnew resigned from office and pleaded no contest to the charge of failing to report a $29,500 in income while governor in Maryland. Finally, on this day in 2002, the U.S. Congress passed a bill by a wide margin granting U.S. President George Bush broad authority to use force against Iraq, as Bush and his administration continued to make the case for what became the Iraq War. And that is all we have for you in our package Today in History, right here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television.
Yeah, hello viewers, welcome to today's show of BDTV My Center. It's been a sunny day in Lagos, and today a lot of talking points, and a lot of Nigerian fans are hopeful, and some they've lost hope. Some are just, well, whatever happens. I'm talking about Super Eagles game World Cup qualifiers against Lesotho. A lot of fans believe that it's done and dusted. Nigerians' chances of qualifying for the World Cup is gone. Well, a lot of Nigerians still believe that let's keep praying and hope that miracle happens. Of course, we're a believing nation. We believe in miracle. To talk on this show with me is Ibrahim Abubakar. It's nice to have you.
It's nice to be here, Anthony.
And Inyobong, how are you today?
Good to be here.
Yeah, we can't talk much of Super Eagles game. People say we can't go, but again, it's not over until they say it is over. You will have two chances of qualifying: first, to top the group; second, maybe worst case, to qualify from the playoff. And the way it's looking, the opportunity to qualify from the playoff is gone. So the only chance we have left is to qualify as top on the group. Benin top 14 points, same with South Africa, goal difference, Nigeria 11 points. So all we have now is to win our two remaining matches and hope that South Africa drop points. And Ibrahim Abubakar, do you see a miracle happening? Any hope? We are playing Lesotho tonight, this evening.
Thank you for having me once again. I think the issue with Nigeria is the fact that we're not scoring enough goals. It's not enough to say we are hopeful for the Super Eagles to win their the last two games. But can they outscore their opponents? If you look at what has happened in this qualifier, Nigeria has found it difficult to score 2 goals. They've only scored 2 goals, I think, once in over 7 matches. So in over 7 games. So what are we doing? So by hope, I'm hopeful as a Nigerian, but if you ask me as a pundit, I'd say you should just come back another time.
Inebon, if you look at the table, it's very embarrassing. After 8 matches, Nigeria, 3-time African champions, we only managed to win 2. We drew 5. We couldn't win Lesotho here in the first leg. We couldn't beat Zimbabwe here. And you ask yourself, with all these setbacks, do you think Nigeria should be hopeful that Super Eagles will still qualify for the 2026 World Cup?
Well, I think where we are is a reflection of the bad way the team has been playing in this qualifying begin. Nigeria has not played well, and so many factors are responsible for that. And one of it is because of the fact that we've not had a steady team, a steady coaching crew. I mean, the NFF, I see put the blame on the NFF table. And I think despite the fact that when Pesero left after the Nation Cup, we came second. They said they were going to get a new coach. But they played politics with that process, and they appointed Finidi the judge. And we knew what happened. Me and you knew that Finidi is not capable to do the job. Then they brought in Bevo, who also fumbled, and then he's the third coach now, Chele. And for me, Chele has not really done so bad, but he has not been able to also to fix the team. He should also take the blame in the fact that one of the problems we had, even after Pesero left, the fact that the team was not scoring goals. We have a team, the creativity in that team has been lacking, and one of them is the fact that they've not been able to connect a player who can be able to give the decisive pass to the strikers. They don't people to fit. We have the last 2 years we have produced African Player of the Year, and they are strikers scoring goals. Yeah. Oshe was top scorer in Turkey last season. Lukman was one of the top scorers in Italy last season. So I still know why we should be struggling to score goals. It's because of the fact that the coach have not been able to bring out the formula that will make the team to swell. I mean, our Nigeria had our potential. We have always been good in wing play, but nowadays you don't even know where we're coming from. We had Chukwueze, but now when they use him doing general, often use him as but we have the year of Finidi who normally cross ball before, but nowadays we don't even know the kind of pattern they play. Roy favors a 4-4-2 system,
But then oftentimes you see that creativity is often lacking in. I'm not a fan of Didi. I'm not a fan of Didi at all. I don't see what I'm not a fan of Didi. Maybe we will be trying, but Didi to me doesn't look creative enough. But the coach have not been able to bring out a player to give to be creative. That creativity has been our problem.
So are you sure what our chances? What are our chances? Do you think we can still make it to 2020 World Cup?
The chances are slim, very, very slim. It's only by the grace of God that we can qualify as it is. And South Africa will not just sit down there. They have a game same time. They are playing the same time.
They are playing Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe. If they win their next.
But Zimbabwe has nothing to play for.
Zimbabwe has nothing to play for. If South Africa win their 2 match, they are dry at home to the World Cup.
So it doesn't matter whether we win our matches.
It doesn't matter whether we win our matches. Benin will be here. Benin is on top now with one good difference against South Africa, and they are coming to our home. They have, but unfortunately, they have 2 away games. They are playing away to Rwanda today, and also they are coming to Nigeria next Tuesday. I see. Well, Benin will not be easy for Nigeria. They beat us in the first leg 2-1, and for us to even get the 17 points, it will be a tough nut to crack. And the Benin side, they are not a pushover. They are not have turned that team around.
Okay.
So even if we come second, with the way there's no speculation that CAF would
that speculations is not that one is just rumors. But one thing is certain is we have 2 formats of qualifying, either by topping your table or playing playoff. Now we're out of playoff. Ibrahim, Benin at top, the same point with South Africa, but you have not looked at that Benin team. Benin is being coached by General Rowe, a man who understands Nigerian football, a man who has coached the national team before. And you saw it that his team defeated us in the first leg. Now we are playing, that's our last qualifier. So even if South Africa drops point, do you see Nigeria, overcoming Benin Republic? Because General Rowe, that we didn't, he didn't do too badly, but enough Nigerians criticizing. But for him to manage a Benin team that is likely to take them to the World Cup, do you think that game with Benin would be an easy ride for us? And again, looking at our current stage, because I looked at the table, the stats are not encouraging. It's enough to sack or to like Mikel Obi said that if we don't qualify for the World Cup, NFF and the rest of them should be disbanded. Because if you're looking at the stats, it's enough because Peseiro, we use the national team as a try and error. Peseiro, okay, you're not good enough. Finidi came and destroyed everything. He didn't even win any match. It's just unfortunate. The only way I'll blame Chile is this, that because we should have won South Africa. But Chile is the one that since he took over, he has not lost. He has won, he has drew. But others have lost. They are due. Either you win or you lose. But he has not lost. But the problem is that the damage has been made. So what next for us? And against Benin, do you think it's going to be an easy ride? And South Africa, do you see South Africa dropping points?
All right, so I'll take it from South African game. South Africa has proven over time that they are not pushovers, especially when it comes to African football. And they also want to be in the World Cup next year to show the quality of players or the quality of play that they have to process. And then now let's take it to what we have to if we have what it takes. I feel like it's not even a matter of Chile's anymore. It should be the players now looking at themselves. How old are we now? How old would we be in the next competition if we miss out of this? Because
Yes.
Like Iwok said, we had Osimhen, who was one of the African best player. You have Lukman, who was also one of the African best player. These guys are like 27, 28.
26, 27.
26.
And by next year, they will be 28, 20.
So now I had 4 years again to that. Over 30. So then you have these guys in Ndidi, played for Leicester City before moving to Turkey.
Some of them might not have the opportunity.
They might not have the opportunity again. And this is where you are supposed to show the quality of play, your quality. It is why we are happy that Osimhen is even coming on with Galatasaray to the Champions League, the world is seeing in. It is why many are happy that Haaland, as good as he is, Norway is going to the World Cup for the first time in a long time. So these are the problems. I feel like the player needs the momentum more, even than the manager. They need to give themselves the morale that, okay, guys, let's do it for us, if not for the country. Let's try as much as possible to make sure that we take ourselves there. Let's win these 2 games. Hope for the best. Now for Benin, General has been here, tried his best. I feel like we play politics too much with the process we used to appoint managers or coaches.
Recruiting coaches.
Yes, because you can't tell me that we do not have quality, we do not have talent here, even not even more than Benin. Now the same manager that you let go here is beating you in a qualifying. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're saying Genetro is not good enough for Nigeria, and he went to Benin and he's coming back to beat you, and he's stopping the table where you found yourself,
Yes.
there's a problem.
There's a big problem.
There's a big problem. So Benin Republic is not a pushover. They've shown that they can beat Nigeria. They did beat Nigeria. So it is now left for us to say, okay, there is no underdog anymore in Africa when as far as football is concerned. Yes, smaller countries fine, but underdogs. We've seen Zambia did it. We've seen Cape Verde did it. So many other countries are doing it. Togo has done it. So Nigeria should just let go of the arrogance of we are the giant of Africa when it comes to football or anything. They should go. It's 11 against 11. Make it count. The players should step up. Osimhen and co, especially Osimhen and Lookman. They should step up their game, try to find a way to make sure that they get all 6 points from the 2 games left for the country. Then for the manager, I can't blame him. Like you said, he has not lost any game. But yes, we've not seen a style of play.
No identity.
There's no identity in the team. It's what we call on the street shakabula. You play from the back, just throw it in. Then anyhow you see it, they call it street football sometimes. You just throw it in, then anyhow it goes, we deal with it over there. So that's the problem. I feel like there's no identity in the Super Eagles.
They don't impose on themselves in games.
So you don't get it. So there's no fear of we are playing Nigeria. It should be. There's no fear of we are playing Nigeria. Like Nigeria wants to play Benin Republic should be shaking that we're playing a very big team. 2 of these players from that national team have won African best. Nigeria is the second most expensive team in this qualifier after Morocco. That is enough for Nigeria to want to qualify. You have one of the most of the expensive player in Africa in that team.
So it's very sad that a country like considering the huge potential that we have as a nation, football wise, we may not go to this World Cup, and it tells the state of our football right from the under 17, they just catch out of
even Sean.
Even on the 20, catch out. They are defeated 4-0 by Argentina.
They were whitewashed
some days ago. Imagine our football. We cannot even qualify for the 20 and the 17 World Cup that we used to win. And for me, I said it on. I made a tweet some days ago. The problem to me starts from appointment of coaches.
So that's
I'm
part of the
NFL board of the NFL. I mean, when you want to appoint coach, you just
and we heard that Guavon is coming, but though he has debunked the error.
Somebody, a coach, failed in an assignment, you reward him back with a higher appointment. You reward him back with a new contract. And that is the problem with our age grade team, under 17, under 20.
Maybe that's quota system.
I mean, that is the problem. That is the problem. That is where our football is getting into. That is where
I agree with you to some extent, because if you look at the NFF, yes, like what Ibrahim said, blame the players. But if the structure is not there, yes, Eric Chile has not, but again, there's no identity in the national team. You mentioned Lookman. Lookman is not match fit. During the preseason, he had issues with Atlanta. How many matches did he play?
But you bring him here and he played 90 minutes against South Africa.
So again, I feel like
I'm looking at even if you look at that team, even Aroko Dare, the rest of them, yes, but again, yes, we have the talent, because if you look at how many of those players do you even know? Their most expensive player might not even worth up to $1 million.
Yes. How many players Chile discovered to he took the Chan Eagles to the Nation Cup?
I'm not sure he won a game. He didn't win a game.
He won the last match. But how many players did he discover? Look like Westerhoff. You know what Westerhoff discovered player. We have few players that are playing in Europe then.
Yes.
Use players from the local league,
Yes.
of the Abakachi and Co. You discover them.
During the CHAN competition, I think Sudan trashed Nigeria more than 4 goals thereabout. So it's a problem that Nigeria has become a laughing stock on the continent when it comes to football. Where in time past, when you want to talk about African football outside the continent, you mention Nigeria, you mention Egypt and the likes. Now look at Northern African countries. The people or the team that you normally expect to come out of there, they've literally qualified.
Yeah, Tunisia has qualified.
Egypt,
Algeria, Morocco, Algeria.
You understand? So
with ease, they qualify
now
with
we're not
ease.
bringing it to West Africa, and you cannot even say Nigeria.
And these are countries that don't really have the kind of stars we have in Europe.
But they have a very good local league.
Yes.
Good local league.
The good league. Good league.
The organization.
Good league.
Which is also
we have
yeah. But the league matters.
But the league actually matters.
If you have a very good league, it helps the coach to work better because you can spot some players. You don't need to.
Our league is in shambles right now.
Yeah.
Not right now. I'm sorry. It's not right now. It's been like that for years.
But people say we're improving, but I don't know. When I begin to see some of the players from the league play for the national team, then I will now say, okay.
So
what happened in China?
So the other day I was on X and you could see this TV. They were showing a five-a-side competition in South Africa. Five-a-side, not the local league. A five-a-side competition was being televised live from SA. So you could see the intentionality in what they do there. Here, even our goalkeeper plays in South Africa. We've seen many of our players leave Nigerian league to
play
Tanzania, South Africa, Egypt, because they know this
guy in
Afghanistan,
Iran.
So because they know first they pay better, and they prefer that.
They have boosted here, and
so
be a long
time is we have less than 2 minutes.
Can we get the features for?
Yeah, we have Nigeria, Lesotho. Can we win this game?
Nigeria to win.
Zimbabwe, South Africa.
We are condemned to win. Nigeria is condemned to win. We are condemned to win.
Nigeria to win.
We are condemned to win. Okay.
Anytime outside of winning,
we are condemned to win.
Exactly.
That's what failure to win. You should just dump and trash.
They should just resign. They should not come back. They should just resign.
And they should not show up for the last game.
Oh my God! Rwanda, Benin. Do you think? We can see that people from Rwanda shocking them.
Rwanda still has a chance of qualifying.
Exactly.
They have 11 points.
As Nigeria, yes.
So they know that if they win that point, they go on 14.
Yes.
And then the last match, if they win again, they go on 17. They still have a chance of topping that group too. So it's not be easy for Benin. I pity for General Roy. I have 2 away game in this last round.
Wow.
I see that game ending in a draw.
Wow. Hello, viewers. It's been, how do I put it, electrifying here. Nigeria is condemned to win Lesotho tonight, this evening, and also, hopefully, with prayers and all of that, Benin and South Africa drop points, and we'll find ourselves, and again, Nigeria flag being raised in USA, Mexico, and Canada. We hope that. This half hour will come, and hopefully next week, we should be rejoicing and say, okay, thank God we made it to 2020 World Cup. Let's keep praying. My name is Anthony Lebem, your uncle. With me here, Ibrahim. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for having me.
And Inobong, thank you.
I will keep praying.
Okay, keep praying. See you next week. Thank you. Bye.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra, the show that brings you everything business of entertainment. And today on our show, we have a special guest. My guests are always special, obviously, but then again, we have someone so special here. He has been working in the fashion space for over 2 years now, and he has worked with a lot of celebrities. You know, it's juicy. Today on the show, I have Benny Styles. Benny Styles, welcome to the show.
I'm glad to be here.
Oh man, it's glad to have you here as well. Oh, it's like we hardly have like someone from the fashion space up on in business, and you know the business of fashion is something that a lot of people do not understand. And having you here actually, you know, makes you is something for our audience to take in, and you know. You coming from the style, you just representing your brand and all that, which is very good, and which is why I see why a lot of celebrities gravitate towards you. Nevertheless, he has done a lot of things. You know, all those your fans, your celebrities, your faves on the AMVCA carpet. Guess who styles them? So Benny, it's nice to have you in our studio. Tell us how this all started. When did it all start for you, and what was the background? Background to styling celebrities. What was it like?
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad that there's an opportunity for us to have fashion conversations. We hardly have fashion conversations in our space. Yeah, so I'm really glad to be here. So I'll say that for me, fashion has been a thing for me from my university days. Even right from childhood, you get growing up, my siblings, they always like ask me to suggest like styles to them. My sisters actually. So it became a thing for us in the house. Anytime you're going out, they come to me, "Hi Benny, what's up? Do you think you like this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this? What do you think about this?" And my opinions are valid. So it became a thing. Then I got to school. I started doing the whole thing, collaborating with my friends, my classmates. They want to go out. They want to go to events, dinner nights, all of those things. They call me. So at a point, I became like a very fashionable person in my faculty, you get, because for me, I needed to change how we see some certain things, some certain clothes in that territory. Because for me, I schooled in Amritsar University, Epoma. So in Epoma, if people that know Epoma, they know how people dress there. So there's jeans,
people are here.
Jeans, polo, they are sagging. This one is with dress. Nobody really cares about their style. Everybody's just wearing what they feel like and just come. So for me, it was very boring, and I didn't like that. So it started from my own personal uniform, going to classes every day. We used to wear navy blue and black. So you see me in different kind of outfits, see me in different shades of navy blue. I always very stylish. Today I pair it with coat, tomorrow I'm with a jacket, next tomorrow I'm with a bishop neck, tomorrow collar neck. It was just crazy, like different style, different. So everybody kept wondering, Benny, what's happening? So I thought of the whole thing. I'm like, oh, this is actually a market in Lagos, but it's not here. So I need to do something. So that's how I actually came up. And I started collaborating with like some of the designers that I saw there, and they love my style. They love, in fact, when I do something with them, it's different from been doing, and they're wondering, they're like, what have they been doing actually? So it became a very interesting thing for me, and I came back to Lagos too.
So let's talk about your inspiration to fashion in general. What inspired you to pursue this career initially?
Okay, for me, like I said, I love fashion.
Okay, but who inspired you really?
I have a lot of mentors at the moment. A lot of people inspired me actually. One of which is the styling Fidel. Actually, one of my mentors. I look forward to him. I look up to him. I mean, it is one of the intentional stylists we have in Nigeria.
Have you guys like met?
Yes, we have. And we follow each other on Instagram. He's wonderful. He pays a lot of attention to detail. So it caught my eye when I was growing up. So, and I mean, I followed him diligently. So, yeah. didn't know we would meet this close, this very soon. This like the gap wasn't so long. I mean, I've been in the industry for like 2 years. He's been there for like 10. So, but yeah.
So, in your view, why is the fashion industry? Let's talk about the industry of fashion, right? Why is the fashion industry positioned to becoming the next big thing in Africa? Because we are seeing a lot of stylists or a lot of fashion designers taking their brands outside, and this is something that not just, we're not talking about music or film. If you want to talk about like the creative industry in Nigeria, we're talking about also fashion is also part of it. We are at the event, we are at the African creative market, and fashion is basically has its own show to show you how the runway that happened yesterday evening. It was superb. A lot of fashion designers came out to show their brand. So my question now is, why do you think we are basically African fashion is the next big thing out of Africa?
Africa is a great continent, and for Nigeria, we are very great. Like, we have richness in our culture. Yeah. And if you look at our local fabrics that we have, like the likes of Adire, Ashioke, tie and dye, and the rest, these are fabrics that, they were there then, but people did not do so much with it.
Okay.
So it seems like now, every designer they've created a niche for themselves, and they've seen the market. So they want to use this same cultural, what we already have, to modify it to make sure that the rest of the world sees it, and they're doing fantastic with it. If you check Lisa Afolayo, you would see that she doesn't drift away from us, like our culture. Go and check her prints. It tells a story with our heritage, it's our culture, and all of those things. Not even only Lisa. Go to look at Ugomoye. Yeah. Do you understand? So these are people that want to tell stories in all of these things. And Africa is just so they need to break into that market to be able to show for sort of this thing. So it's not just a Nigeria thing. It's everybody needs to see it.
Yeah, because we are having a lot of conversations around people taking their it's like the big countries that accept fashion. When we take our things out there, they're no longer thinking about the UK hip hop fashion or not. They're now focusing more on, let's see what's coming from Africa, because we are using our artists who are big, the big artists to explore, those spaces and all that, which is quite something. It's something I see is amazing, which is something that fashion designers should tap into and all that. So, but my next question goes to, like, how is it contributing to job creation in Nigeria?
It is. A typical Nigerian designer has a lot of labor, like workforce, right? In terms of production, facility control, like a lot of things are going into in production of a dress. There are a lot of stages it passes. So in these stages, the designer is not going to do them all herself. She has people to employ that's going to make them work. There is the person who is going to source the fabric, who's going to procure them, all of those things. There's bidding, there's just a lot, actually. So I mean, it creates a lot of job opportunities.
Yeah. So can you discuss, like, when you talk about fashion styling, you're one of the top in Nigeria. So right. So let's talk about styling as a business in Nigeria. What are the challenges like in terms of monetization, client acquisition, like building brands? What is it like about Benny Styling?
For Benny Styling, I mean, we are grateful for where we are now, and where we are going to. At the end of the year, we had a lot of plans that we're going to execute before, like, even the first quarter, which were really achieved. Now we're in the second half of the year. We're looking out for some other things that we have in our list as well. For stylists in Lagos, I'm glad that now people are beginning to see and they know the importance of having a stylist. For us, it's not just about the clothes now. It's about putting an entire look together, telling a story. A client comes to you, she doesn't know what she wants, she doesn't have an idea of what she wants to be like. For instance, bridal styling. Do you understand? So it is the job of a stylist to put all of these elements together and make sure that their client looks great. Being able to see this client, know what will work on them, know what will fit them, know what elements is going to put together to make a complete look for this person. Communicating with clients too, do you understand? And I'm really glad that people are beginning to see that the fashion styling industry is a place to reckon with. People are beginning to trust their money with stylists and know that yes, they're going to get full use of it, and they're going to make it work. Because unlike before, when you even tell somebody I'm a stylist, they'll be like, oh, what's this one doing? Do you get? It wasn't a thing then. I'm sure when those people started like maybe 7-8 years ago, they found it very difficult because it was just like they were trying to just do it for doing sake, because out of passion and all of those things, they didn't really get so much from it, because then it wasn't paying as much as it is paying now. So now people now know the real work of a stylist and why you can literally see if you would see a work that a stylist is involved in and see a work that a stylist is not involved in, and you can tell the difference.
So
it's very,
my question is, what separates you in terms of you and other stylists? What's the branding about Benny Styling that separates you from?
Okay, so for Benny Styling, we are a styling company, right? Benny is a person. The Benny Styling is a company, and you do a lot of things actually. We do bridal styling and groom styling.
Okay. That's nice.
Yeah, we do bridal styling, groom styling. We do commercial styling, editorials, birthday shoots, special events, And aside that, we do style creation for fashion brands. So it's not just which we give out, we give to fashion brands as well, and all of those fashion.
God, from my lips to you. I want him to style me on my birthday.
We will. Why not?
Yeah, because I'm big on fashion myself, but and I feel like this was like 3 years ago when I decided to like have a change of style, how I appear and how I look, and I couldn't do it by myself. I had to like make use of someone who. She's into fashion really, but I call her my stylist really. But I saw the value of having somebody being called, someone to look at you and look at what fits you, and how you wear and how you carry that clothes you're wearing, how you present it, and how it's telling a story about you. That was what she was speaking to me, and since then I got it, and I was like, fine, this is something that I feel like keying into. And then just leading to my next question, which is what are the opportunities how do you see fashion growing in Nigeria, fashion styling going on? What are the opportunities like? And I know you are the bridge between the person who wants to be styled and the fashion designer. What's that synergy like, and how is it going forward in Nigerian fashion styling industry? How is it?
Okay, so stylists are at the forefront of every creation, because for us, we get when a client consults us to style them, for instance, bridal styling.
Okay.
And we talk to them about they talk to us about what they like, what they do not like, the kind of fabrics they want, all of those things, By talking to them during the consultation already, you already know what's to put together for them. You understand? So when putting those things together, you already have an idea of the designer that is going to be able to create that mood board you have put together. So it's not just us creating the mood board and just taking to any designer. They'll make your job very worse. You take it to who you know that can execute it. We have a lot of designers now that really do so much work. Creative designers who do so much work. It's not hard to even find them. You get? So when you put these things together, you take to them, you understand? They tell you, okay, this is how it's going to be like. And I mean, it's not very hard for you to for them to execute, because that's their niche already. That's what they do already. Do you understand? If you just come and you go back to, you just relax because you're comfortable that they're going to execute. Unlike you taking this same mood board, someone that doesn't even know the job. You're just a designer, but you're still going to teach them what to do. Do you understand? I think that one is, those people will stress you. Those ones will even stress you more. So the thing is, for us stylists, we know those designers that do the work. We know the ones that will stress you and make you just hate the whole thing. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So it's not just about taking a particular work. I can create this sketch and give it to 5 designers, and the 5 of them will execute it differently.
Okay.
Do you understand? So you have to see a designer and know their capacity, know what they are known, see what they are known for, and know how to work with them. Do you understand? There's some things you can't take to them because you know that's not their niche. They would not deliver on it. Do you understand? So that's we see these things. We can tell you, okay, so we suggest to our clients. I think this designer is not even about the dress now, the entire look. Do you understand? The hair, the makeup, the jewelry, the shoes, the photography. Do you understand? So we see these things, we put them together in the mood board, and we give it to every creative that is best for the job.
That's a whole lot of work.
A whole lot of work.
You have done stuff with celebrities for the carpets, like. So tell us the ones you know. What's your favorite? What was your favorite celebrities to work with? What particular dress did you make for this person, and what was the process like? Trying to match that person's like outfits to who this person is, a person's persona. So
I love all my pieces. Right, because everything I put together is very intentional for me. A lot of thoughts were put together, like to put together to make sure that stuff comes to life. Because for me, it's not just about the money. I'm building my brand as well. Do you understand? So I try as much as possible to have a niche and know people should know me for what I am doing. Do you understand? So when these people come, they already see the uniqueness in my style and why they want to work with me. So most of the time I let them tell me what they want, and I look for ways to modify it. Do you understand? So for my AMVC this year, my clients, I think two of the hosts. One my guy was the official Stel Mota, and Ria Abdul, who was the official host for African Magic. They had come to me what they want, just brief, like told me I want to look that way, so I do my own. Okay, but for Ria, it was quite different because I was not just working with her, I was working with African Magic. You understand? So it was the way of know what will work for Ria, which a personal style, and know what is convenient on my direct carpet. So it was quite. It wasn't the stylist. When you have your team work on, the body makes increase by every joint supply. So when you have the PIP team that are creative like yourself, you guys put your heads together to make it work. So I'll say I'm grateful for my team too, because they are actually the real ones, and they make it work. Make it work.
So I'm curious, how do we as fashion stylists in Nigeria, how do we elevate the fashion, African fashion to the international body? We are not just doing this for just Nigeria right now, or even Africa. How do we go beyond that as stylists?
There are a couple of stylists that are already breaking barriers already. They're already doing the work outside there, and getting global recognition already. So and they're doing wonderfully. They're doing fantastic. I'll just say that we should stay true to our own culture and our own style, right? And just know what works. Basically, we don't need to copy. Do you get? Be you. Do you get? Just do what works for you. If you decide to be here, and you want to do this, do it. If you decide to go this other route and you still want to do this, just do you basically. Do you get? So they're already making waves. We've been seeing a lot of stylists go. Likes of Swazi.
So I'm thinking, as people would go to schools for fashion designing, are there opportunities for aspiring stylists, to actually do better in their crafts in terms of education? Is this something that is being talked about in the space yet amongst the industry players?
Yes, for stylists, for us stylists, we hardly have those conversations. But I think they do. It's often with what's it called, with the fashion designer, like fashion
yes,
designers.
yes, it is.
But I mean, I would say that for aspiring stylists, they should read about what they want to go into. I mean, there are a lot of articles and books to read from, will teach you everything you need to know, literally. And again, you just have to like put yourself under a tutor. If you see someone that kind of likes, that you like what he does, I mean, intern with them. Do you get? Stick to intern with them. Even if they don't, most of them might not even respond to you. I mean, just watch closely. You'll catch one of the things. And I mean, be bold, start up your stuff, and just do it. One step at a time, you get there.
That might sound informal for people those want to go into, but I think for those that want to, there's some people that want to try harder, want to do better, they want to be, they're saying the likes of Benny Stars, then I want to be like this person, I want to top this game. So do you think that is proper for there to be like an organized way whereby you can, because people, photographers are doing it. The fact that they are doing it, get these people together, let them know about the business of it, how you handle clients, how you handle fashion designers. I don't think that's something you're talking about.
Some stylists are already like doing master classes already.
Oh, pretty beautiful.
I think Zach Luxury Styling, he did a few months ago. I think we have another one coming up, Yolanda Okereke master class. So yeah, so I mean, people are having that conversation already. So they should enroll, and I mean, I'd say I'm registered for the class, these classes, and ask questions in these classes. Do you understand? Ask questions that bother you. Most of the time when people go for master classes like this, you just sit down there and just be fanzing the people there. No, so ask real life questions. Those things, because even till date, people are still scared to ask questions about how am I supposed to charge a client for so and so XYZ and this. When you go for those master classes, ask the speaker, how do you do this? How do you do that? They'll tell you.
So do you use tech during your process? Is there any way you use tech to there's AI right now helping people to draw out ideas? It's something that you do?
Yeah, tech is one of the tool for us fashion stylists now, because we do a lot with it in terms of virtual consultations and virtual fittings, all of those things. There are some clients we have in diaspora that we just have to style online. We don't have to be there. Yeah, so we tech has played like a very, very vital role in those aspects. Virtual consultations, fitting sections, and all of those things. Yeah, even AI too. So see most of designers now using AI to do like their sketches, and like they're beautiful, like very, very good. So it's gonna take some people off the market, but it's doing the work.
So let's go to, we mentioned something about like bridal styling, and is something you're going to, are you something you're getting into?
I do bridal styling.
Talk more about it. Let's
bridal styling is, in fact, bridal styling is the big deal in our country, in Nigeria. Bridal styling is the official deal, actually. Most people tell you styling celebrities doesn't really pay as much as, yes, it doesn't, but still bridal styling just does the work. It's complex, but it is very, very engaging. You get it's very fun for me. I love bridal style. I love to style brides, maybe because I love to hear their stories. I like to when we have consultations with brides, and you hear how the goats fall in love, having to draw a mood board from someone's love story. I mean, it's just a great thing. So I've started a couple of brides actually. Start a couple of brides.
So finally, tell us what you think aspiring stylists should learn. People that are trying to get into of styling, because it's a business, whether we like it or not. You've been successful at it, and a lot of stylists have also been successful. What do you think they should look out for, and what are the things they should do in terms to make it in the industry?
I would say aspiring fashion stylists should read up for me. about what they are about to going into. Because styling is beyond touching the client on the day of the event, trying to put this on the client and put that on. It's beyond that.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot of work. You understand?
Yeah.
You must understand a lot of things. You must understand colors, color combinations. You must understand your clients. You must understand their body. So for me, I have a lot of clients that they'll tell me, Benny, I like this. Why can't I wear it? And I'll be like, no, it's not going to look good on you because this, and this. You understand? So you must be able to understand all of this cotton because, and you must know what you want, first of all. Do you get? Know why you want to even be a stylist in the first place. What is lacking in that space that you want to fill? Do you understand?
Yeah.
You want to be a stylist with the same how everybody's going, or you want to be a stylist with different. So just do you basically. You get, know what you want and read often. If you have mentors, talk to them, follow up. Do you understand? Watch them closely. Do the actual work. Yeah. So.
All right. This is where we draw the curtain today. Thank you so much, Benny, for coming to the show. This is where we wrap up for today. We draw the curtains here on BD Extra. Catch us on BDTV, on our live shows for news, for business news, sports, and everything that interests you. We have Benny on. Benny, say something to the camera. Let's hear.
Hey, it's so good to be here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, and we wrap up. Thank you and goodbye.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go there, but enough. The superpower. Before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not businesses. But telling the stories behind them, the hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Children can use skincare, adults can use skincare, man can use skincare, boys can use skincare. It is apparent, it is meant for everybody, not one, not ladies alone. Only women use skincare. Agenda was agenda, and that is one propaganda I am not falling for. Welcome to this episode of Market Pulse, where we are exploring the skincare industry, and of course we are going to talk to experts. We are listening to and we are surveying the prices of the skincare industry. So join me as we explore this industry.
With shop now, with 8 to 10 million, I think your shop will still be empty.
The heavyweight champion accounting for about 15% of your body weight. The largest organ of the body, constantly working, constantly protecting your skin. On this episode of Market Pulse, we travel through bustling highways to reach the heart of the skincare industry at the Trade Fair Market in Lagos State, Nigeria.
I have not heard anyone or anybody say against skincare.
What does the poll say? Come rain or sun, the market is alive, a symphony of voices, colors, and scents.
In the system of Nigeria, we are meant to cope. Because if you cannot cope, what will you do?
The strength and perseverance of Nigerians are written in every stall, every handshake, every deal.
When the fake has been made, when you give it to customers, they will be complaining. And once you lose one customer, you have lost it all.
To truly understand the pulse of the skincare market, we went beyond the shelves to meet the makers, sellers, and buyers themselves.
I'm into business. My business name is Unique Mercy, into cosmetic. I've been in this business for 4 years now. In times of price, my customers are complaining in Nigerian goods that the prices are much. So I find out that it's chasing a for me. So I have to stop selling Nigerian goods. Cost of goods has made people to be producing that's some give that option other than to do it. And when the fake has been made, it will be cheaper. And when you give it to customers, they will be complaining. And once you lose one customer, you have lost it all. I've been in this business for like 4 years now. I can dictate the difference between what I'm selling and when it has been reproduced. I believe if you're not in this business, it will be difficult for you to understand because there are imitations that can't be defined only by people that has been selling the original. You understand? So if you're not into the business, or that's the reason, the most reason why customers complain is when they apply it on their skin, they will find out reaction. I think that's the way they know the original. But me, without me testing it, I will know original and fake. I've been trying my possible best to make sure that I will give them original by getting direct and a comfortable price, and that will make the number one is that original from me. That's original, and I will make sure that getting it direct at least will also still keep them. If you want to start in this market 4 years ago, you use, like, for instance, I think with 2 million you can start up a business. With shop now, with 8 to 10 million, I think your shop will still be empty. When we started the business, this shop they started this shop around 2013. So I think things was better then, you understand? And we were able to accomplish some things by paying shop rent and having the shop. We were able to buy the shop. At least this shop is one of the things that made us to still be in this market by now, by shop rates, you understand? And being importing also is the reason why we will see much gain, and the reason why we are still selling and having customers also. So those are the things that made us to be sustaining. And when you have customers that trust you and you trust them also, and that you can give a facility when you are balanced, that like your capital is well published, that you are balanced, you can give credit of 4 million naira to your customer that you trust. I think to the person that is sincere for business, you understand, I think that with that you will be sustaining. For instance, if you want to use brightening, there's every tendency that your brightness will be like my own. Like now your face is toning with your makeup now. Your face is toning.
Okay.
Do you understand? When you want to use brightening, like someone that is a kind of someone that is working under the sun, that the sun has been black, the person will use toning. You understand? Then bleaching is for people that their normal color is black, and they want to bleach, and that's it. They have the cream that they will use for the bleaching. My advice, normal, I'm not advising anybody for bleaching. It's not a good thing.
From Korean serums to US exfoliants, UK moisturizers, Chinese face masks, and Nigerian shea butter blends, the skincare world is a tapestry of global influences. But what makes each brand unique? And what are their specialties?
I'm a businessman. I sell cosmetics and perfume. On the business, I've saved up to 15 years. I've worked as a manager before I start my own business. The thing really affects everything we are doing here because assuming we are having 500 before, but now the business, the whole money has exploded up to 2 million, but you cannot buy the equivalent bills we are having before. You will be going to like 8 million up. And most of the customers are not buying what they need. They only buy what they saw that they can afford. And for those of them that travel far from here, most of the goods they are buying are so small now compared to what they have been buying before. The importation we are doing before, assuming before this inflation, we are having, for me, I used to import like 100 cartons. But for now, I can only import at once 20 cartons and 15 so that I can pay and they can supply. The cheapest place we use to go for China. But that has its own effect because it's not standard to this. So we go for China once. And you can get the cheapest as from 800, 1,000.
As inflation bites into everyday essentials, the skincare sector also feels the squeeze. Prices are shifting, but the desire for healthy, glowing skin remains strong.
I deal on cosmetics products. Okay, and these are short. There are so many things that are trending. You know, in cosmetics, they have different varieties. You know, I have like when you come to cosmetics, have something like cream and soap and perfume as well. When you come to cream and soap, they have different countries where people do buy from. They have Philippines, they have Thailand, they have London, they have US. So when you come to like a UK, you see something like CeraVe, simple product. These are very quality products that people often go for, especially ladies. These are skincare that will not bleach you or whitening you. Rather, it will tone your skin. It will make your skin to glow. Then when you come to like French product, like the product that they've been gotten from France, they're actually nice cream as well, but they are more of lightening cream. And as well again, in Nigeria here, you have local products that are very, very okay too. You know, they have a lot of them, like Skin Magnet, Lemon Fresh. There are so many wonderful cream here they do produce in Nigeria here, and people often use as well, and they make use of it. And people don't know they are very, very okay. Before you go into it, you need to be sure of what you want to do. You need to be very, very sure of what you want to do. Then I know how to go about it. And at least get experience of it before you start. And different angles, like at least you need to at least gather customer base. You need to have customer base before you start. That's number one. Make sure the particular plaza they are going to stay. Make sure that that particular plaza they actually dealing on that particular stuff that you want to go into. Not that they are selling cream here or soap. Then you go to where they are selling like wine. So it will affect you. Definitely you need to stay within that terrain where they sell those cream and soaps. Closing of border as of then. But now border has been opened and all that. So but there are other things that is giving us headache, like issue of a NAFDAC and all that. You know, you bring some certain product in, they will allow you to cross. So when you now stock it in your shop, maybe you pack it in your warehouse or rather parking store. It will be seeing everybody around and all that. Meanwhile, they allow you to come. So if it is not sellable or if it's not good, so they should inform people earlier before people will actually import them. Not that when you allow it from from port authority, then once it comes to this market, they will start like disturbing people and going and chasing people around, saying that it's a fake product. Why they are the one that allow it to enter. So that's one of the major challenges you are facing. As a person dealing in a cosmetics product, you ought to know the difference between the original. By looking at it, you should know the packaging and what is inside, and is going to be detriment of you for you to be selling a fake product or copy, because if you sell fake product to someone, it will affect your business because the person will not like to buy again.
Every malam to his kettle, every skincare babe or guy to their brand. There's something for everyone, whatever your pocket, and hopefully with your dermatologist's advice in mind.
My business name is Obi Success Cosmetics Nigeria Limited. I deal in skincare products, importer and exporter of all the skincares, both UK, Cameroon, China, Dubai, etc. I've been in the business for 5 years now. 5 years ago, you can use at least 2 million, 1 million to start up this business. Example, I use like 1 million business, not up to 1 million self, to start up this skincare product. But recently, for newcomer, for new beginners, they can at least use 5 million. And using that 5 million, it will not be enough for them to start up because the economy affected the whole thing. The cost of living now is very, very expensive. The importation now is on the high side because of the dollar rate. Then the dollar rate, there's no fixed price of the dollar rate. It increased and it comes down. So with that, the price don't have fixed rate, fixed price of goods. You can come to market today, you might buy cheaper. Tomorrow you might buy higher. The same product you buy cheap today, tomorrow to be on the high side. It really affected the beginner, and we, the dealer that have been in it for years, it also affects us too. We believe that the cost of living is on the high side, the transportation and the dollar rate is also on the high side, affect the sales, and it affects the importing of the goods. At times you come, you earn more. At times we come, we earn low. So at times we might predict that customer will come, but at the process they will not, because they will say that they don't have that the market, the price of the market is on the high side. They can't be able to pay. And at times customer will come, they will be disappointed on lighting their invoice because the money they budget for coming, the risk, the requested will be high. So it also affects our sales. So it doesn't predict our incomes in a month now. It depends on what we see and we follow up. It really affected us a lot, and we can't say we are coping and we are not coping, because in the system of Nigeria we are meant to cope. Because if you cannot cope, what will you do? So we are meant to cope. We are coping. We are adapting. We adapt by force. We cope with our strengths. You know, at times after you bought, okay, let me just give you an example. You might purchase a market of, Hawaii soap. You might buy it today, 45,000. After saying 45,000, then went back to purchase it again. You might buy it 50,000. So there's no profit. It's not profitable again. It means that the profit you have earned have already go back to the company. So you might change dollar today, 1,500. Tomorrow dollar might be 1,550. You might buy 1,550. Tomorrow it might be 1,500. Is it not affecting the sales? Is it not affecting the profit you're gonna make? So it really affects us a lot. So I can't say we are coping, but we are just trying to put our best in order to adapt the system of government. We get the skincare. Korea is good in skincare. China is also perfect. US is good. But the skincare has levels by levels, department by department. Understand? China skincare, that's where they they specialize on. The same thing applicable to Korea and US. US skincare is not the type that whitening fast. It comes normal. It brings out your normal color, the normal skin type in you. It glow your color. The same thing applicable to Korea, and some of China skincare also like that. So the skincare is level by level. But what makes the US and Korea and China skincare different is that US is higher, is more expensive than Korea, and Korea is more expensive than China. China is where the least people can as well afford to buy, and their skin will be okay. It doesn't damage skin. It brings out the beauty in you. It brings out the color in you. It brings out the quality, the type, the what whom you want to be, without applying any powder. So that is the advantage of skincare. And there's the US, Korea, and etc. They're all good, but we depend on the price, on prices. So that is the price difference of skincare. For a start, you have to learn it. You have to enter inside market, meet someone to teach you on skincare. You can't just bust inside. You can't just join skincare without having update on it. When you are into skincare, when you learn it, then when you are in it, you want when you are in it, look at the customer's skin. As you are touching the customer's skin, or as you are sighting the customer's skin, you can as well dictate the skin type of that customer, because you knows about it. So, but when you're a novice on it, you cannot dictate the customer skin type. That will make you to give a customer a long prescription on that. I have not had anyone or anybody say against skincare. Skincare is also for men, for man and women, also for children. We have cousin lotion, cousin oil for children. As you put to bed, you start applying skincare for your child, for smooth body. You understand? So also for children, but there's some skincare that you not use on children, and there's some skincare you use on children. So we also have children's skincare. You understand? Starting from 0 age, once the baby is put to bed, and as well start using skincare based on their own type. You understand? So children can use skincare, adult can use skincare, man can use skincare, boys can use skincare. It is apparent, it is meant for everybody, not one, not ladies alone. There's a lot of advantage in skincare. Skincare reduces too much of application of makeup in skincare. Once you get your skin type in any skincare products, it will reduce much makeup, much powder, much application on the face, applying a lot of things in your face. Once your skin is neat, it will make your skin neat, and once it's neat, it makes you look younger. It will reduce the ages of a woman, and also the age of a man. It reduces their age, and it makes them look neat and smooth. So skincare is good for everybody.
Here are some other items we scouted and their prices. A snapshot of what's trending, what's affordable, and what's premium.
Body cream that you can buy in my shop that is cheap is think packets made by Nigerian lotion. You can see 2750. You can see 35. They have cream of 110. They have cream of 17,000. They have 65. A baby white lotion is 65,000. I think Eversoap is the cheapest now. Eversoap is 2,350 for pack. Cheapest liquid. I think they have the one of 5575. Body oil is for the growing of the skin, while cream is for creaming and moisturizing skin. I think dry skin type needs oil. The mist need I think cream. Yeah. The difference between liquid and tablet. For instance, the St. Ives bath. Some people will use the bath, it will react on their skin based on the fragrance. But that body wash has scrub inside. That's the difference.
The wash, the cheapest one should be from 2,000 up. And the shower gel is mostly for females, for their feminine, but all of them do foam. But the shower gel contains much of the germs, while the tablet one can keep it for long and it's to say. But the shower gel is only meant for women and some careful men, because once it's poured on the sponge, you cannot get it back. But the tablet one, you can be taking next month. The cheapest roll-on now is 700. The disadvantage is that most of the work written on it is not being done by the same roller.
For skincare for face, to apply it on face. You don't need to use face cream regular. If you are using face cream, use it. You don't need to use face cream as your normal body cream. Face cream can be applied 3 times in a week. And about body serum, face serum can be applying every day, morning and night. Cleanser, you can clean your face morning and night after taking shower, after your bath. Then after applying your cleanser, you apply your serum before putting in face cream. Face cream is the last you will apply. And finally, you can as well use sunscreen. Sunscreen protects you from from sun. So that is how to apply skincare. The cheapest cleanser you will see in my shop is Dr. Rachel cleanser. It's 2.5. The cheapest moisturizer is also Dr. Rachel or Beauty Formula. Beauty Formula. This is a moisturizer. It's also cheapest 2.5. And Dr. Rachel moisturizer is also 2.5. You understand? So we have others that's cheaper.
And as with every industry we've explored, one question keeps returning. What is the way forward? For traders, consumers, and entrepreneurs alike, the answer in the next chapter of Nigeria's skincare boom.
And that's it for the skincare industry on Market Pulse. I am Amanda Imosigwe for Business Day Television.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is the news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, CBN bets on easing circle to sustain investor confidence, stabilize FX market. And bilateral companies owe Nigeria $8.5 million NEC. Big banks incur 442 billion naira in AMCAN expenses amid feeding profit. NSE with 55% grid access, Nigeria faces persistent energy challenges. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. Nigeria's central bank has lowered its benchmark interest rate for the first time in 5 years, marking a cautious shift from aggressive tightening to a more balanced policy stance. At its 302nd meeting in Abuja, the Monetary Policy Committee quotes the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points to 27%. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso says the decision follows 5 months of steady disinflation and a stronger naira, supported by rising foreign exchange inflows. Inflation slowed to 20.12% in August, while the naira has firmed to around 1,530 naira per dollar. Cardoso explains that the rate cut is aimed at supporting credit growth and private sector recovery while maintaining price stability. The committee also raised banks' cash reserve requirement to 45% and adjusted the standing facility corridor to manage liquidity. Analysts describe the move as modest but symbolic, signaling growth investor confidence and the start of a gradual easing cycle. It also aligns Nigeria with a global wave of cautious rate cuts by major banks. And moving on, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission says some international electricity buyers owe Nigeria's power generation companies about $8.5 million in unpaid bills. In a second quarter report for 2025, NERC revealed that 6 international bilateral customers made a total payment of just over $9 million out of a $17.54 million invoice for electricity supplied. The report showed that domestic bilateral customers paid 1.4 billion naira of the 2.79 billion naira billed, a 50% remittance rate, while Ajaokuta Steel Company and its host community made no payment on their 1.27 billion naira invoice. The commission said Ajaokuta also failed to pay an additional 120 million naira owed to the market operator, urging federal intervention in its repeated default. And also, Nigeria's biggest banks are grappling with rising regulatory costs as the Assets Management Corporation of Nigeria levied surge to a combined 442 billion naira in the first half of 2025. The increase comes even as profits across the sector weakened due to higher funding costs and slower loan growth. Data showed Zenith Bank, UBA, and 6 others recorded a 34% rise in AMCOM charges. Zenith paid 143.8 billion naira, UBA 92.8 billion naira, while GTCO and First Holdco also made major payments. Zenith Bank's profit after tax fell nearly 8%, while GTCO's dropped 50% to 449 billion naira. Analysts blame high interest rates, loan losses, and regulatory expenses for shrinking margins. Meanwhile, shareholders claim the corporation, originally meant as a temporary debt resolution vehicle, now drains investor value, urging government to review AMCAN's role. And up ahead, NSE with 55% grid assets, Nigeria faces persistent energy challenges. We'll bring you more details after this timeout.
After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news updates and still on the Nigerian scene. Despite Nigeria's installed power capacity of 13,014 megawatts, serving more than 220 million people, only 55% of Nigerians have access to electricity from the national grid. The Nigerian Society of Engineers says the figure highlights the need for deeper sector reforms. Former NSC President Tasiu Saad Gidari Wudil said while delivering a keynote at the Folúṣẹ̀kẹ̀ Abídèmí Ṣómólú Foundation 10th anniversary lecture at UNILAG, tracing Nigeria's power sector from its first 60 kilowatt plant in 1898 to the 2023 Electricity Act. Gidari Wudil said that nearly 2 decades after reforms, Nigeria's power sector remains plagued by poor supply and weak economic impact due to poor regulation, political interference, and low investment. He called for stronger regulation and funding to reform the power sector as the event honored late engineer Folúṣẹ̀kẹ̀ Ṣómólú, a pioneer in Nigeria's electricity industry. An expert in tourism diplomacy, Dahiru Bala, says Nigeria can transform its tourism sector into a major economic driver, creating jobs and boosting national revenue. Bala, who chairs the Cultural and Diplomacy Council, made this known in Abuja during the flag-off of a continental tour to Ethiopia by the International Society of Diplomat Tourism Directorate. He described Nigeria's tourism industry as a gold mine with huge untapped potential, capable of diversifying the economy. According to him, with the right investments and policies, tourism could spur growth across hospitality, transport, and construction sectors. Bala, however, decried poor infrastructure and security challenges, discouraging tourists, urging government and security agencies to prioritize road rehabilitation, digital access, and safety. He also called for greater international promotion of local attractions, noting that destinations like Yusufari Desert in Yobe could rival global sites if properly developed. Away from that story, the Lagos State government has announced a 15-day closure of the Marine Bridge in Ijora, Apapa, starting Saturday, October 11th, for essential maintenance work. The Commissioner for Transportation, Oluwaseun Osiemi, I beg your pardon, says the repairs will be done in 2 phases with traffic diversion in place. Motorists are urged to plan their routes and exercise patience. Meanwhile, the Federal Ministry of Works will begin a 6-week repair on the Adeniji-Adele CMS corridor from Sunday, October 12th, closing 1 lane at a time to reduce congestion. Officials say both projects are part of efforts to improve road safety and traffic flow across Lagos. And the Zamfara state government says it's generated 358.9 billion naira in revenue for the 2024 fiscal year, achieving 82% of its 437 billion naira target. State Auditor General Abubakar Damal Milik made this known during the presentation of the 2024 Citizen Accountability Report in Gusau. He attributed the performance to growth in VAT, internally generated revenue, and federal allocations supported by development grant. Finance Commissioner Bello Auter said 105 billion naira worth of citizens-nominated projects were fully executed, while capital spending reached 55% of its allocation. Representing Governor Dauda Lawal, the head of service Yakubu Haidara reaffirmed the state's commitment to transparency and accountability in governance. And still to come, Congo's Tshisekedi calls on Rwanda to make peace as diplomacy stumbles. This and more after this commercial break.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where the president of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Felix Tshisekedi, has appealed to his Rwanda counterpart, Paul Kagame, to help end the ongoing M23 rebel insurgency in eastern Congo. Speaking at the Global Gateway Forum in Brussels on President Tshisekedi called on Rwanda to use its influence over the rebels to halt their military escalation, describing the moment as an opportunity to make peace between both nations. However, Rwanda has rejected the appeal. Rwanda Foreign Minister Olivier accused President Tshisekedi of escalating tensions through his rhetoric and insisted that the Congolese leader was responsible for ending the crisis. Rwanda's presidential press secretary, Stephanie, also criticized the Congolese president, saying he was using the Brussels forum to portray himself as a peacemaker while refusing to take responsibility for the conflict. The renewed diplomatic tension comes as mediation efforts by the United States and Qatar continue to face setback. And South Africa's National Treasury has attracted over 100 global proposals for its $500 million foreign currency financing initiative as it moves to diversify its funding sources. The initiative, announced in July, aims to raise funds through bilateral loans, private placement, and structured notes, and ESG-linked instruments going beyond traditional Eurobond. According to Terry Bomela Msomi, Director of Treasury Funding and Capital Markets, the strong response from global investors shows a clear appetite for South Africa's new approach. She said the minimum target of $500 million will be comfortably met, with Eurobonds remaining part of the Treasury's broader funding strategy. Analysts at Standard Chartered Bank says South Africa could issue new hard currency bonds in November, following the presentation of its medium-term budget policy statement, as borrowing conditions remain favorable for African economies. We now head to the foreign scene in the United States. A government showdown has disrupted the release of key agricultural data, leaving global grain and soybean traders without vital market information. Report says the U.S. Department of Agriculture has stopped publishing its regular crop production estimate, export sales figures, and market updates data that the global commodity market relies on during peak of the autumn harvest. The blackout comes at a difficult time for American farmers already facing low grain prices, dry weather, and crop disease threat. Analysts say the situation is more than disruptive than in previous showdowns, and it coincides with active harvest season. The showdown has also suspended updates from the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which provides data on market position that influence crop prices. Without the usual USDA report, traders and investors are turning to satellite imagery and private sources to gauge market trends. But experts warn the lack of transparency could lead to price volatility and an uneven playing field in global grain trading. And also, the Trump administration has proposed banning Chinese airlines from flying over Russian airspace on routes to and from the United States, saying practice gives them an unfair competitive advantage over American carriers. The U.S. Transportation Department and Chinese airlines benefit from shorter flight times and lower fuel costs by flying over Russia, a route American airlines can't use because Moscow banned U.S. carrier in 2022, following sanctions tied to the war in Ukraine. The move marks another escalation in trade tensions between Washington and Beijing, coming just hours after China tightened controls on rare earth exports critical to several U.S. industries. Under the proposal, the restriction would apply to passenger flights, but not to cargo-only operations. U.S. officials say the measure aims to restore fair competition in trans-Pacific aviation routes. And up next is sport news after this break. Just stay with us.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news updates. We now head to sports, where England continued their strong form under manager Thomas Tuchel with a 3-0 victory over Wales in a friendly at Wembley Stadium. Despite criticism over his squad selection, Tuchel's side impressed again, following up September's win over Serbia with another dominant performance. Morgan Rogers opened the scoring early before Oli Watkins doubled the lead, and Bukayo Saka added a stunning third, giving England their fastest 3-0 lead in 38 years. Watkins later went off injured after colliding with a post, a concern for Tuchel ahead of Tuesday's World Cup qualifier in Latvia. Wales improved after the break, but rarely threatened, with Jordan Pickford maintaining his year-long clean sheet record at Wembley after key saves from David Brooks and Chris Metham. England will now look to carry their momentum into next week's qualifier, while Wales prepare to host Belgium on Monday. And to end the news, Scotland's World Cup hope remains alive after a dramatic 3-1 comeback win over Greece at Hampden Park. Manager Steve Clarke, marking his 71st game in charge, saw his side struggle early on as Greece dominated possession and finally took the lead through Kostam Shikikas just after halftime. But the setback sparked Scotland into life. Ryan Christie struck a quick equalizer before Louis Ferguson scored his first international goal to put the hosts ahead. Lydon Dykes sealed the victory late on, keeping Scotland level on points with Group C leaders Denmark, though behind on goal difference. The result keeps alive Scotland's dream of reaching their first World Cup in 27 years, with Belarus up next at Hampden on Sunday. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
true strength? What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win?
Of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues around our country and even beyond as they touch on life and the livelihood of Nigerians. This afternoon, we're looking at three key issues. First is the current scarcity of cooking gas, LPG, as we know it. If you look across the country, Nigerians are enduring difficult times at gas stations, queuing up for long hours to be able to buy this vital product that they need to be able to cook their food. And of course, again, we're also going to be looking at, talking about the first female Archbishop of Canterbury, who has just been appointed, Dame Sarah Molali, has become the first female to, sit as, the Archbishop of Canterbury in the Church of England. And of course, lastly, we're also going to be looking at the possibility of former President Goodluck Jonathan running in 2027. Is it possible? Is he going to win? Or what are the possibilities? What are his chances in that coming election? So those are the three key issues we'll be discussing today. And as usual, I have in the house the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Agomo Zebulon.
Thank you very much.
And of course, Mr. Uruku Chuka, who is the assistant editor here at Business Day. Now, the news in town, if you look at the situation, it's not a fine moment for Nigerians because if you go around filling stations, if you go around gas stations, what you see are long queues. Nigerians waking up very early in the morning, going to a filling station, going to a gas station to queue up for this vital product, like I said, going. This started since about last week, Thursday or so, and then it has continued. It's not so easy, Chuka and Zeb. If you see what people are going through to be able to buy gas, it's so bad that as you speak, the price of 12.5 kg in some gas station goes for as high as 25,000 naira. In some other, you could have for 20. In some other places, 19,000 naira for 12.5 kg. And we don't know when this will stop. So let's get into it. Nigeria is a gas producing nation. But unfortunately, oftentimes we see things like this happening, just like sometimes in the case of petrol or other petroleum product without diesel and what have you. A lot of times we see things that we actually produce locally, becoming a big problem for Nigerians to be able to have easy access to, and you are wondering. The current, crisis is traceable to the recent, crisis that Dangote, and union in the petroleum sector, talking about Bengas particularly had, and we don't know when things will be able to normalize. Zeb, let me start with you. What is your take on what's going on right now?
Thank you, Josh. I think what is going on is part of the cyclical challenge or challenges Nigerians have been going through. When one challenge seems to be ebbing, that's the beginning of another one. So, as you rightly mentioned in your opening remarks, Nigeria is an oil and gas producing nation, but we suffer the most. The other time we came here, someone was trying to say whether the discovery of oil, crude oil in Nigeria, was a blessing or a curse. Many people have asked that question differently in several fora. But it's unfortunate what Nigerians are going through every now and then. Things as little as, for instance, this cooking gas we are talking about. I was born in a part of the country that is very close to Niger Delta, but I come from southeast. If you go very close to a certain part of my state, you'll always wake up to see gas flaring at Eleme. And that is continuous up to today. There has been a continuous exercise, flaring of gas. You wonder why is it being captured for us to use all those things. But that's by the way. But now we are talking about cooking gas. We grew up to see the use of kerosene.
Yeah.
And today, kerosene has become very unaffordable by many families. In fact, the cost of kerosene is even far higher than the cooking gas these days, forcing many people now to embrace the LPG. Cooking gas, for instance, in cities, have been popularized by many people, even those who could afford all that, even kerosene and all that. But everybody has abandoned all that to embrace cooking gas because at a point it was affordable and people really went into the use of cooking gas. But suddenly we have seen a jump which was not supposed to be so, because we should expect that prices should stabilize. And the NNPC is telling us today, the group managing director of NNPC Limited, Bayo Julare, was saying that they are blaming the strike by Pengasson as the cause of the scarcity and resulting in increase in price. But Pengasson has since called off the strike. He was saying that it would take some days for production to ramp up and distribution as well. But I also noticed in the area of Lagos where I live that not only even cooking gas, even petroleum products like petrol, there were many filling stations that we are not even having, or they were not dispensing. I was wondering what was happening. Just 2 days of strike, people are locking up their list. But I wouldn't take the explanation by Julare. I will not swallow that hook, line, and sinker, because I know that there might be other underlying factors that led to the sudden rise in the LPG. Yeah. So what I would say in this opening remark is that it's unfortunate that what is happening, because Nigerians have been pummeled, bombarded with unsavory experiences every now and then. Is there any time in the country that people could heave a sigh of relief and say, today we are enjoying, today this is what the government has achieved and we're enjoying? Every now and then people are made to go through excruciating pain. It's not supposed to be so. Let there be stability in at least a product. Yeah. We are oil producing nation. We cannot be allowed to suffer untold hardship just every now and then. Yes. So it's unfortunate, and whatever the agency that is responsible for ensuring that these things are rectified could do, they should better do that in the interest of everyone in the country.
Thank you. Thank you, Zeb. Chuka, if there was a kind of, for some days, let's say for a few days that Pengasson was on that strike, and then there was maybe a little bit of,
disruption
in supply, But the marketers, really, if you go to some of these, filling stations, if you go to some of the gas stations, it's as if they don't have this product. They have. But so why should the price jump to this level that we are seeing today? I mean, so yes, there was issue with Pengasson, but marketers, why should they just raise the price to as much as we are seeing right now? It's not as if they don't have the product. They have to say, just because people are coming, and maybe just because there is information that, you may not have supply in the next, like I said, there was a disruption. But it's not as if they don't have product. They have. Yet the price has gone up so high, so much so that a lot of people can't afford it.
Thank you so much for this question. I think my colleague here has spoken at length about what is at issue. But the truth remains that we live in a country where people are waiting for situations like this to take advantage of them. Even if you go to the street, just say, there must be scarcity. Let me just take advantage of it. Let me see at whatever cost I will buy. I will buy it and stock in my house. You find that consumers also contribute to what happens to them. Because some people, especially those who have enough, the rich people, sometimes when we have this kind of little disruption in the distribution process, they are the ones that will go there, like what we are used to during petrol scarcity days. It is rich people that will come with drums to buy off whatever is in the filling station, and then leave the common man without anything. I think the same thing is playing out now with this gas problem. You go to gas stations and see queues, and you see somebody coming there with 3 cylinders, 4 cylinders to stock, so that he will never finish in his house. Whereas there are people who came with 6 kg, 4 kg, or 3 kg, as the case may be, will not be able to buy. Once they buy, the next 2 days they will back.
Yes.
But it's unfortunate that we are suffering what we are suffering in this country because of the interest of a very small fraction of the population. Pengasan is just, I don't think we have had any time in the history of Nigeria where these trade unions were fighting for the interest of the people. Sometimes even when they see that it's going to favor the people, they will end it there. Whether you are talking about what is this? NLC, or you're talking about Nupeng, or talking about TUC, you're talking about Pengasan. And these are just small clique of people who say they are fighting for the interest of the common man. Why can't Pengasan go and fight for the 4th non-functional refineries that have been lying there? Somebody single-handedly established that. Now you are trying to tell him how he's going to run it. You are protecting the interest of how many workers are in Dangote's, and that is the cause of this the problem all of us are having today. You buy gas 12 kg for 14,500 naira. You go the next day, they tell you it is 25,000. It's crazy. It's crazy. And it's not as if, as you pointed out, that these things are not in they don't have them in the gas stations. They are there. They have this. But what we see in Nigeria most times is that, especially during a fuel station, fuel scarcity, you go to a filling station that, prices during Jonathan time and Obasanjo time, price of fuel were falling sometimes. Unlike the recent times, price will never come down from maybe 160 to 140. It had never happened in recent time. But during that time, you can just say, price of petrol is 167. Tomorrow, the government will announce it is 120. When it happens like that, filling stations will find it very difficult to adjust their meter to the new price tag. But if it's an increase from 160 to 200, immediately the engineer will be available. So what we see here is just a case of people punishing themselves because of people to make more money than they're supposed to make. Not because of supply disruption or anything. It's the propensity to acquire more and to rip the public off.
Thank you, Chuka. I think there's been some kind of fluctuation in prices of petrol in recent time as well.
Yeah, I mean, because of Dangote.
Even scarcity.
No, really. It's been been going down and going anywhere. So it's been dropping. It's just
that one is short.
It's just that it might go up, it might just that kind of
and the issue of competition is key. Is out there. It's out there. Yes, because some people tell you their own is one along Awolo Road yesterday. I saw about 4 price differentials. Some people are selling 870, 845. 855, 865. Of course, 865 seems to be the highest number of filling stations selling at that price.
Okay, Zeb, in light of what Chuka mentioned about the role of Pengasan, the role of oil union workers, which of course has led to what, according to
NNPC,
the NNPC is also saying, as well as Basi Hussein, the Executive Secretary of Nigerian Association of Liquefied Petroleum Gas Market, is also saying, is also blaming it on the Pengasan. In light of this blame now being put on Pengassan. What do you think government should do about the role that labor union plays when it comes to the role that some of the labor union play when it comes to issues like they need to? What do you think?
Thank you so much. And I think the government over time had not put its feet down to really check what these unions are doing. It did not start today. We have some union leaders who over time have become multi-billionaires. I'm not talking about millionaires, billionaires, by virtue of claim that they are protecting workers or they are protecting the common man. The government should, I know that at a certain point, the law stipulated that some of the actions are not legal. And that to that effect, the government should not be allowing them to run amok with whatever they proclaim at any point in time. But they have been managing, I don't know how, they have been managing to stay afloat and to just run around all the blocks or whatever the hurdles that have been put in their way in order not to perform the way they would want to perform. I mean, negatively this time around. So you see groups that are just insisting on feeding themselves fat. How do you think that, because of, I'm not justifying whatever sack, because we have, on this round table, we had already spoken about Pengassan and Dangote, this thing, and our point was that there should be a mediatory ground, and the two factions must agree on one point. But Pengassan seems to be overreaching itself. The vice president made a pronouncement or made a comment yesterday at the ongoing Neji, and said what seemed to be a personal commentary instead of, he was the vice president and he is still the vice president. He should speak on the standpoint of
the government,
somebody who is representing the government. He is the government. If he came with a big stick and say, Pengassan, it appears you're overreaching yourself. It's high time you stopped doing what you are doing. He should have given them a clear warning. And the investors outside and inside, foreign and local investors, will have had him clear, loud and clear, that government has given these people serious warning. And it will not be a provocation. They provoke them, let them struggle with whatever he has said. But when he came and it was as if he was taking a personal stand and say, please do not disrupt Dangote. Allow Dangote. You are pleading with them. These are the people you should say, you know, this government
will not take it lightly.
It is no longer going to take your excesses lightly. He missed that opportunity of backing, and that is what we are saying. If a government official at the high ranking of vice president cannot stand when he had that opportunity to speak to the entire world and say, we are no longer
maybe because we are in a democracy, we are not in a military.
Yes, but that being in democracy does not prevent you from issuing a warning to a group that you think that is disturbing the economy, so to speak. So the vice president missed that opportunity yesterday. Pengassan, Nupeng, TUC, and the larger body, the NLC. I think it's high time they reorganize their modus operandi, because a lot of things are going wrong. I think Nigerians have overgrown the way they have been doing their business in time past. I think we need a new model of
unionism.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Truly, I mean, a new model of running a unionism in Nigeria, perhaps, so that people don't. The actions of the union, labor union, so that the action
not jeopardize
don't bring so much hardship to the people like we are experiencing right now. Maybe a new model. I think that would be something that should be looked into by the labor union themselves. Okay, so we will go on a quick break now. When we return, we continue the program with other topic that is before us. Welcome back. This is still a BDTV Roundtable where we discuss issues locally and internationally as they touch everyone as far as this country is concerned. I will start with you, Uruku. Interestingly, for the very first time, we are seeing a woman now who would now sit as the Archbishop of the Church of England, Dame Sarah Molali. This is the first time this is going to happen, and tongues are wagging. Look, I mean, in Nigeria, I think the Anglican community in Nigeria is also saying, look, I mean, we are not supporting this. But I don't know. One is wondering if England is doing this, why is the church in Nigeria, after all, it's their country. Yeah, I know. I mean, this woman is going to be so powerful. This is just like for this woman is going to be what the Pope is to the Catholic, and this Sarah Molali is to the Anglican, the world leader of the Anglican, so to say. Why are we rejecting this?
Thank you for that question. Incidentally, I'm an Anglican, and so I'm part of the people that are saying we are aggrieved with what is happening. Seriously speaking, I think in one breath I would say England has actually demonstrated or shown what any other part of the world has never done by recognizing the woman folk. So to that extent, I think it's a plus for them. But we're not talking about now maybe a gender issue here. It's about the scripture, it's about culture, it's about tradition as well. For the Anglican Anglicans in Nigeria, they consider this as something that is strange, and the reason given by the primate of the Anglican Church or the Anglican Communion, that is Henry Ndukuba, is that the Anglican Church in Nigeria is opposed to this in two areas. One is the scripture. The scripture really doesn't approve of woman coming up at that level of a leadership in the church. And the second one is that this woman has a link with lesbianism. She approves of same-sex marriage and all that, which is, like, as far as the church is concerned, it's an anathema. It's something that is not about legality. It's about something that is outlandish. It's not natural. Because even God, who created all of us, said there is need to have a woman and a man. If God had actually wanted to approve of this kind of thing, he would have created Adam, another man, then they slug it out in the Garden of Eden. But he said, oh, you need a soft copy and a hard copy. And that's why when he looked at Adam and said, oh, this man needs somebody who will be minding the aspect of life, and then he will face the other one, and made them man and woman. And it's stated like that in the Bible. You know, as if it's a man's invention. God created them man and woman. So when you start now saying that a man can marry another man, and then a woman cannot marry another woman, begin to ask yourself, what do they want? What is in Joshua that Chuka should be his husband? and then vice versa. Just for us to be looking at each other or doing something that is not normal, something that is not holy with themselves. So for somebody who supports this kind of arrangement to now become the leader of the church, it means people can, within the congregation, one day decide and say, oh, I think I like this man. Come and join us together as husband and wife. And the woman will not see anything wrong with that. So to that extent, I think the Church of Nigeria, Anglican Church in Nigeria, just said, well, if this is going to be the case, we can't be part of this arrangement. Do your things, O Israel. And we are coming back to stay on our own.
Okay, Zeb, so do you see this more as cultural thing or purely issue of gender equality?
You see, we should not lose sight of in Nigeria, whatever we say, particularly we are discussing religion here now. This aspect of discussion borders on religion. We should not lose sight of what the Bible says about what should be expected towards the end of the world, things that should be happening. So I think things like these are some of the signs of the end. Yes, because if a woman comes out to say, I am not averse to same-sex marriage, I support it, I do that. In fact, over time I have struggled with this. Now, you now consecrated that person as the overall, the highest leader of the church in England. It means that the devil is really fighting.
But don't you think that this could inspire more women to be more involved in the work of God?
Oh, well, the women of like minds. You see, this is not just what you remember in July. Cherry Van was consecrated as the Archbishop of Wales. So it had become now a custom. It is a tradition now that is emerging. And this thing didn't happen. It didn't start in July. Before now, there have been series of other consecration of bishops and archbishops that are having questionable this. This Reverend Cherry Van, married a woman, Wendy Diamond is the woman partner. And they are known lesbians, declared lesbians. So in as much as it may embolden some women to say, oh, we now belong because one of our own have been consecrated to that level. But don't forget, the Bible is against it. Paul the Apostle, when he went to Galatians, he said, "O foolish Galatians, who have bewitched you? Who has taught you that you should live the spirit, and now you are operating on flesh?" And Jesus Christ, when he was writing to the 7 churches in Asia Minor, when he got to the church in Thyatira, he praised the church and did this. He said, notwithstanding, I have a few things against you. That you have a woman, Jezebel, who is teaching other women there to commit fornication and other lewdness. He came out boldly to say, I have a thing against you. This thing shouldn't happen. In Ephesians also, the Bible condemned it outright and said that you should not allow these things to happen. When Paul the Apostle went to Corinthians, he said, I heard that there are things happening among you now, that you have left the work of the word of God. And now men among men and women among women doing things that are unlawful. He said, who taught you this? This is the line that England church is going. And look at, when Donald Trump came the second time now as the president of America, these are some of the things he stood against. He said, anybody who wants to practice that, not in America, because we have two genders. We have male, female gender. We do not have male, animal, or any other thing. Male, female gender as human being. Josh, I would want us to stand at that point and stop where the word of God stops on this. Any other person practicing any other thing, and that is why the Nigerian version of Anglican Communion say no to it, because we believe the Bible should be
the basis of our belief.
Basis of our belief.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, we leave them to sort it out. But again, I mean, quite frankly, we also have in Nigeria female pastors. I mean, there are women who own churches all over the place.
I think that one
who have also been ordained pastors, and who also are the head of various churches in Nigeria. We've seen them. So, but I just think that whatever it is against the Bible. But again, it can also inspire women to.
That one is a different thing. That one is a different thing. That a woman is heading, like a synagogue today is being headed by a woman.
It's not only synagogue. There are several.
No, I'm just giving as at least one of the big churches. Yeah. When Idahosa left,
the wife.
I think the wife took over.
The wife is even
when the Church of God.
The wife is.
Those ones are parochial issues.
When Ezekiel died, the wife.
Yes, mercy.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. These are parochial issues and should not be compared to the church when we were small people. And there was a time the Archbishop of Canterbury came to Nigeria. That was several years ago.
Yes.
It was like the visit of the Pope. And you know they operate on the same level.
Yeah, like
so not when you hear that one woman is coming. Have you seen the photograph of that woman? Well, I'm not against anybody's how he looks or not. No, it's an old woman really. But for the fact that he has that kind of belief that a woman can be
the church cannot welcome
it shouldn't work. It shouldn't, not just cannot. The church shouldn't welcome that kind of thing.
It's a negative influence on Nigerian version of Christianity.
Okay, so the Anglican Church in Nigeria has decided to say, look, do
your own. Let us be here. Let us be here.
Corrupt powers.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I think just before we wrap up, well, Jonathan there's so much talk about Jonathan contesting 2027. I don't know. So what's your thought?
I think
it's necessary for the former vice president again to come in.
Whether it's necessary, I think it's a lot of distraction. But you know, politicians being what they are, who they are, I think Jonathan is just trying to humor everybody. But don't underrate him. Right inside him, I believe that if everything falls in line, Jonathan will want to run. But whether he will make any impact, that is
another thing altogether. I think for me, Jonathan, seems his body language doesn't speak of somebody who doesn't like that kind of thing. Because I not come out one day to say, why are you people dragging me into this? In a normal run of events, you will come out one day or issue a statement. Please leave me where I am.
Yes.
But we have not heard from him. So he's
busy having normal meetings with
and he's having meetings with even politicians.
Yes.
So
there is a politician.
So it seems the man is interested in that
body language.
But he has not said anything, so you cannot conclude anything.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Let's see how it goes. 2027 is
not too far from today.
Drawing closer. Let's see whether Jonathan will be able, whether will. I mean, throw his head into the ring and let's see
and then let's see how we can go with.
with the situation in the country right now. So people are saying, well, he did well, or not that he did well. Maybe under him, things were probably
no, he did well to the extent that we have what we have today.
Inflation and all of that, the prices of goods and services. But again, whatever it is, whoever will contest in 2027, it will be left to Nigerians to decide who they want to be their next president.
Left for the politicians. He said Nigeria. Left for the politicians to decide.
No,
because we don't decide.
No,
We don't decide again.
That they want that will vote. Anyway,
we don't decide for them again.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for
thank you so much for having us
with me to discuss this. It's been a very interesting session. So thank you, viewers, for staying tuned. My name is Joshua Bassi. Until we come your way again next week, please keep on watching BDTV.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. I am Inyobong Iwok.
Hello.
After 10 years at the helm of Nigeria's electoral body, Professor Mahmood Yakubu has officially stepped down as chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Also yesterday, May Agbamuche Mbo, a seasoned legal expert, has assumed the role as acting capacity of INEC chairman. Yakubu's tenure as INEC chairman ran from November 2015 to November 2025, making him the first INEC chairman to complete two full tenures. Over that period, he presided over the 2019 and 2023 general election and numerous off-cycle polls. There have been divergent over the last 24 hours. There have been divergent views from Nigerians about his tenure, despite introducing some innovations to improve the conduct of election in Nigeria. Over the last 10 years, critics say his tenure will be remembered for controversy, especially technical glitches and delay during high-stake elections. Of course, most especially the one that comes to the mind of everybody, me and you, is the one that happened in 2019 general election. So joining me today on the program to assess Yakubu's tenure as INEC chairman is Adewale Bolaji. Is a lawyer and national executive of the Action Democratic Congress. And I also have with me Olalekan Ige, a political analyst all the way from Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital. Good afternoon, gentlemen, and welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having me.
Yes. Hello, lawyer, are you there? Thanks for joining us. Sabolaji Adewale.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're joining us all the way from London. How is London today? How are you feeling? Good to have. Good. It's been a long while. I spoke with you last.
We thank God.
Okay. Yakubu has finished his 10 years in office, 2 terms. He's the first INEC chairman to assume that position twice. How do you assess his tenure, Sabolaji? Now, you are a politician, and you are still the Lagos State chairman of the ADP.
In assessing the tenure of Mahmood Yakubu,
yes,
I think I would say that the tenure consisted of ups and downs.
Okay.
Pros and cons. He conducted the 2019 election.
Yes.
And also the 2023 elections.
Mm.
And before the 2023 election, some innovations were introduced into our electioneering. But unfortunately, all those innovations did not really come to play during the elections. We all hailed the introduction of the beavers and the IREV, into the elections. But like I said, unfortunately, the IREV did not work. which rendered the election, very unfree and unfair in the eyes of many Nigerians. So that is how I can rate. He came up with some innovations, nice ones, but those innovations did not work.
Of course, we must. Yakubu tried to introduce several technological innovations. Innovations. I think let me mention some of the technical reforms he tried to introduce in INEC. BVAS and IREC was introduced. Don't forget the fact that before he came on board, we were using card reader and during the election process. So the bimodal voter accreditation was able to, we could verify the voter now before the election take place. Through that BVAS now they could use to say, okay, yeah, this is a real voter or this is not a real voter. And also IREF was introduced to allow instant public access to polling units. So even if you are in London or anywhere in the world, you could know the result of election in your polling units. And also he also institutionalized the continuous voters registration and also expand the voters register to INEC said it's allow people in the remote area to have access to polling units and also to vote during elections, among several other reforms that he did in 10 years in office. Mr. Laleko, what is your take, sir, on Yakubu's tenure?
Well, I think I will agree with the last speaker. You could say that his tenure was that of ups and downs, and I also agree that we should give him credit for trying to introduce a lot of technological innovations into election, in Nigeria. I think we must commend him. He's probably the one that has thought about the most in terms of using technology to ensure that we have a free, fair, and credible elections in Nigeria. I think it was in 2019 was the first time we didn't make use of incident forms. If you recall, the use of incident forms were part of what marred the 2015 general elections, where a lot of incident forms were used, and that gave room to a lot of rigging. But by 2019, I think we're able to sort of arrest the incidents of rigging. A lot of states that were turning out 2 million, 3 million, 4 million votes, by 2019, struggled to produce things that were close to what they were declaring before. So I think on that account, you can give Yakubu Mohammed, some commendation to say, look, he brought in technology, brought in the BVAS, and I think with that BVAS, a lot of rigging, were curtailed. And of course, people will remember 2023. And despite the reservations of a lot of people about 2023 general election, despite the drawbacks, despite the admonitions about 2023 general election, to me, is one of the best we've had, in recent years in Nigeria. And I say this with a little bit of, I say this advisedly, in the sense that the 2023 general election is the first time, since the return of democracy in Nigeria, that more than 6 political parties won election on the first ballot. And I'm sure you're aware that even in the National Assembly, we had people from YPP, from APC, from PDP, from SDP, from NNPP, from Labour Party, name them. It's the first time we've had such plurality of political parties winning elections in Nigeria. Despite the drawbacks of 2023, I think there were positives. There were people who never believed they could win election on the first ballot. And you could see the result. Yeah, for the first time since the return of democracy in 1999. I
don't forget that there were also issues that bothered Nigeria during his tenure also. Don't forget the glitches that marred the 2023 presidential election, the controversy arising from that glitches. A lot of people say that Yakubu has not really explained to Nigerians what caused that glitches and all that. And although they published their report about the conduct of that poll, but some analysts are not satisfied, or stakeholders are not satisfied with what INEC said actually caused that that glitch for the presidential election result not to be transmitted, just like he promised Nigerians. Of course, logistic issues were some of the things that my election in several times during his tenure. These are issues that have always been there over the years when it concerns election in Nigeria. But we saw that several times in it's obstacle election and also general elections. Election material got to the polling unit late. And also security challenges. Security challenges have been there and have been called. These are issues. Recall in 2020 general election, we had that problem in Lagos State where in the governorship election, where a lot of people could not vote due to fears of harassment and voter intimidation. So those are issues that plague his tenure and public resolution. The voter apathy became something that was common. 26.72% the turnout in 2020 general election. Then we had 35 move away from 35% that we had in 2019. So apathy was an issue during his tenure. Hello, Mr. Adewale, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You are a politician, and you deal directly with INEC oftentimes. So I know in Lagos State there's always been complaint about the role of INEC or the performance of INEC. What were you not satisfied most about his tenure, especially as it concerns the performance of the resident electoral commissioners in Lagos and maybe some other states? You are in Lagos, yeah, especially as it concerns Lagos.
Well, like I said earlier on, when I opened this interview,
yes,
my only disappointment with INEC at the last election was the fact that the IRF was not contended with. It did not really come to play, and let's say it was useless entirely because that was what gave people the confidence,
the hope
to believe that the election was going to be free and fair. But even if the election was free and fair, the people will not know because the IRF disappointed them and nobody was really sure of what the results were. Okay? Although you could say that at the presidential election, for an opposition party to win in Lagos State, for instance, shows that the election was fair and credible. But at the same time, you cannot say that about the election during the gubernatorial.
Yes.
Because we all know what played out. And what played out is about to play out again in the forthcoming election with the threats being thrown here and there by the NURTW, okay, threatening voters to vote only a particular party, and that anybody who does not do that will be dealt with. So although that is something for the security agencies to deal with, but assuming that the IRF really worked, if the IRF really worked, people will have more confidence, and that will even take care of the voter apathy country.
It brings me to the question about what you just said now. Although the NURTW chairman have actually debunked that, he said he didn't say so. There are so many information flying around that he was invited by the DSS. We don't know how true it is. I have not seen the video, but stakeholders have called for that there should be punitive measure to check electoral offenders, and that is the major problem we have. One of the problems we have, in which INEC probably do better. Executive speaking at the electoral reforms webinar that was held some days ago, said there was a need for INEC to have some more powers for the control to direct security agencies in during the conduct of election. That INEC should be given powers for the security agencies to be answerable to them. during the election process. And there should be a way, there should be a form of a mechanism should be set in place where electoral offenders should be punished. Of course, you agree with me, just like you said now. Where if these kind of things are happening and nobody is punished, it will continue to reoccur. How do you react to what Ezekwesili said? Hello? Hello, Baisa, are you there? Hello, Baisa. All right, Mr. Olakule, let me ask you that question. What is your take on how do we address issue of electoral offenders?
Well, to me, it should not be the responsibility of INEC to pursue electoral offenders. The core responsibility of INEC is to conduct election. INEC is already burdened with the responsibility of ensuring that we have free, fair, and credible elections. And to me, INEC should just concentrate on its core area of responsibility. If you are saying, look, let's get electoral offenders punished, that shouldn't just be it. Let's even assume and agree that we should transfer that responsibility to INEC. That won't be only the responsibility of INEC. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me? I can hear you. I hear you. Yeah, continue.
Okay, so I was saying that, look, if we are saying INEC should be charged with the additional responsibility of prosecuting electoral offenders, what about the judiciary? It means that we should be carrying out fundamental reforms in the judiciary. I'm sure you're already aware of how the judicial system works in Nigeria. Some cases are in the court for 5 years, for 6 years, for 7 years. So will INEC not be burdened with prosecuting somebody for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years when INEC should be concentrating on how we can get our elections right in Nigeria? To me, we should create probably a commission, an electoral offenses commission, that should be saddled with that responsibility. Maybe we add that responsibility to maybe ICPC or maybe to EFCC. People can add it to the responsibility of the police to prosecute election offenders. That should be the responsibility of INEC, if you ask me. It means that we are not giving them additional responsibility.
Excellent, sir. Your response has been excellent. I want you to ask Mr. Adebowale, who is a lawyer, because we saw what are you still there, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, I mean, Mr. the barrister. Is he still there with us?
I'm with you.
Okay. We saw what the Supreme Court said about the INEC introduction of IREP and some other innovations in the 2020 election, judging from the controversy that arose from the candidate who took them to court, to the tribunal. Supreme Court said that those introductions were just they were unconstitutional, and they were just the INEC it was INEC, the only INEC that has the power to make these introductions, but then that they were not constitutional and they were just there to back up the electoral process. What is the future of these innovations if the court is saying that, or based on what the Supreme Court said? IRF and all that. You just complain about now that the election results were not transmitted, presidential election in 2020 elections. So stakeholders have been calling for reform. ahead 2027. Do you have any fear going forward?
Well, my own stand on that issue, the Supreme Court has pronounced on the position already. So it's not for me to say otherwise. But my humble opinion is that if INEC knows that it will not abide by its own guidelines and provisions, it should not bring the guidelines in the first place. We all know the billions of naira spent on procurement of IRF materials and equipment. And at the end of the day, we all know the story. So if INEC knew that it was not going to follow up with the guidelines, for the election, then you should not tell the whole world that the IRF is going to play a part in the election.
Tax ahead for the next INEC chairman for you. What is the tax ahead for the next INEC chairman? Our time is almost up. What do you think the INEC chairman should be his immediate priority now?
Please, I didn't get that.
I mean, the next INEC chairman, the appointment of INEC chairman, a lot of people have called for that. The process for the appointment of INEC chairman should be changed. The position should rather be advertised, and or stakeholders should nominate. What is your take on the appointment of INEC chairman, and also what should be his immediate priority?
I believe National Assembly should even come in at this point. Okay, I think they should legislate on whether beavers and IREV or any other technological innovations should be used. It should be in our laws. If that is entrenched in our laws, then INEC will not be able to dodge the responsibility of using or the failure of IREF or any other technological innovation. If it is not part of the law, that is why INEC, the Supreme Court will pronounce that it was INEC's guideline, and INEC would decide whether to use it or not. It was not the law. But if it is made the law, then INEC will be able to judge. So, and I think that should be the position.
Mr. Ige, let me come to Mr. Ige. Mr. Ige, what is your take on the appointment of the next INEC chairman, and what should be the immediate task? 1 minute, please.
Okay, his immediate task is that we have 2027 general elections, coming just ahead of us, and he needs to look at what the immediate past chairman, has done, and he needs to make improvement. Nigerians need a very credible 2027 general election. Whatever technology he can bring, whatever he can do, he needs to come up with it fast so that he can earn the trust and the respect of Nigerians to conduct 2027 general election. Fortunately for him, he has elections coming up in some states just before 2027. That will probably be his testing point, and he needs to assure Nigerians he has the credibility and the capability to deliver on general elections.
The INEC chairman now, controversy, stakeholders are calling for that this process should be changed. The president should not appoint, should rather stakeholders or that process should be. What is your take on that?
Well, the constitution says that it is the president that will make the nomination. Then it means if stakeholders are saying the president should not make the nomination, then we need to alter the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's clear, it's in the constitution. Who has the right to make the nomination? It is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think he has to present it to the National Council of State, and of course, he will also have to send it to the National Assembly.
All right. Let me get the view of just 1 second from our guy in Port Harcourt, Kelechi. You've been with. Sorry, we couldn't take your opinion. What is your take on what is happening in Rivers State? The governor had a meeting with the camp of Nyesom Wike some days ago. What is the situation of things now? Are we like there is peace now in Rivers State? Hello, Kelechi. Hello, Mr. Kelechi, are you there? Kelechi, are you there? Hello, Kelechi. Oh, it seems we lost Kelechi now. Our time is up. We'll just round up the program. Thanks very much. I've been speaking with Adewale Bolaji. He's a politician and also the Lagos State chairman of the Action Democratic Congress. I'll be speaking with Olalekan Ige also. He's a public affairs analyst. Join us all the way from. Mr. Kelechi has joined us. Hello, Mr. Kelechi. Can we just hear from him for 1 minute? Are you there? Hello. Oh, we seem to. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the program. That's been Inside Policies for this week. My name is Senior Bonkiwok. You can watch our previous edition. Just go to your YouTube channel. Drop your opinion and comment and like our editions. Good afternoon. Thanks for tuning in to BDTV.